At this time, I ask that we all stand, those that are able, to go into prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Hallelujah. Abba Yahweh, we told you once again for breathing the breath of life to each and every one of our vessels. Abba Yahweh, we told you for waking us up in a proper state of mind, a mind wanting to do your will, a mind wanting to serve you on this Shabbat day. Abba Yahweh, continually look upon your people at this very hour and continue to lift us up where we may be weak. Continue to strengthen us in this way of life through all things we may have had to go through. Abba Yahweh, continue to even heal these very vessels of any ailments, sicknesses that may be going on inside of us. And Abba Yahweh, we always give you Todah for bringing us through any amount of trials and tribulations. We told you for bringing us out of any amount of sicknesses or diseases each and every day, Abba Yahweh. So Yahweh, continually be with your people, continue to walk with us throughout this way of life to show us that we are not alone, that we always will have you to walk by our side through these last days and to the very end. And Abba Yahweh, continually have it that your word be within us at all times. So we stay in that straight and narrow path and not be drawn into the world. And Abba Yahweh, continually have it that your ministers, your messengers continually stand for your almighty name and proclaim your truth to your people, to prepare your people throughout these last days. Abba Yahweh, continually have it that we are equipped with everything we need in these last days and have that full armor on that you want us to be equipped with. So we can be able to stand throughout it all, stand throughout anything Shaitan may throw our way, and continually endure to the very end, so we will be saved. Abba Yahweh, continually have it that even in the children in this way of life, those that are born in this way of life, those that are yet to be born, have it that your ruach be upon them also, and be able to, they be able to know that you are with them, and there's no fear at all in this way, but to continue to serve you and to do your will and be strengthened in your son, Yahshua HaMashiach. And have it that children in this earth don't go by the ways of the world. Don't have Shaitan to draw them over on his side, but have it that all the children, all the babies that yet to be born, be drawn into you in these last days and continue to know that you have all power and you will bring them through any amount of things they had to go through in this way of life. And Abba Yahweh, continually had that light lit up before us so we don't be lost, so we know the way to walk in Yahshua's footsteps and continue to walk it to the end of our days and have it that we are strengthened so we don't fall in the days of adversity. And Abba Yahweh, last but not least, look upon each and every one of our enemies, your enemies, and continually dash them to pieces, continually go upon them and give them their due reward. All the suffering and the pain that they seek to throw Yisrael's way, have it that it don't go to Israel, but return back to them, and have it that they fall and go back to the dust, and all that wicked and evilness not rise again. And have it that all Israel know that in the end of this all is well worth striving for to be able to receive salvation. Now, in Yahshua HaMashiach's name we pray. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. House of Israel, you may be seated. Shabbat Shalom, House of Israel. Shabbat Shalom. And I say Shabbat Shalom, all that are tuning in on the live stream. Today, I want to read from the book of Exodus. Exodus chapter 15. Exodus 15:1 says, Then Moshe and the children of Israel sang this song to Yahweh and spoke, saying, I will sing to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Yahweh is my strength and song, and he has become my Yahshua. He is my Elohim, and I will praise him. My father's Elohim, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he has cast into the sea. His chosen captains are drowned in the sea of reeds. The depths have covered them. They sank to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed the enemies in pieces. And in the greatness of your excellence, you have overthrown those who rose against you. You sent forth your wrath, it consumed them like stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright like a heap. The depths congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue. I will overtake. I will divide the spoil. My desire shall be satisfied on them. I will draw my sword. My hand shall destroy them. You blew with your wind. The sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Yahweh, among all the gods of the nations? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You and your Hasi have led forth the people whom you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength to your Kodesh habitation. The people will hear and be afraid. Sorrow will take hold of the inhabitants of Philistine. Then the chiefs of Edom will be dismayed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling will take hold of them. All the inhabitants of Canaan will melt away. Fear and dread will fall on them. By the greatness of your arm, they will be as still as a stone. To your people pass over, O Yahweh, till the people pass over whom you have purchased. You will bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for your own dwelling, the sanctuary, O Yahweh, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. Hallelujah. For the horses of Pharaoh went with his chariots and his horsemen into the sea. And Yahweh brought back the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. Hallelujah. Ain't that the same Elohim you serve today, Israel? So, Israel, we got to know whom we serve. We got to know Yahweh has all power. We got to know Yahweh can do anything that he pleases. So if you on his side and you found favorable in his sight, guess what? He's going to do all things for you also. So Israel, that's why this day that we in right now, we have to be glad. This day we in right now, you have to praise Almighty Yahweh because he is the only one that can give us salvation. At this time, I'd like to turn the service over to Zarkane Dawid Yagahan Sr. We want to receive him by giving Yahweh the highest form of praise by saying, Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Happy Sabbath, Yisrael. Almighty Yah's praise shall be sang throughout all the earth. I told y'all for that scripture there that Minister Taylor read from, that scripture is so needed in this very hour, at this specific date. We do total y'all for the greatness of that, for the understanding of the time and the season in which we do live. We as the people of Yahweh, we do periodically need encouragement. And you need to be encouraged in a way, not just... I remember when I was a child, years ago, Jesse Jackson came to... I'm not sure if it was Lamell or Douglas High School, but either way, Jesse came. And he fired us up. He did it. He pulled it off. He gave that speech, and he hit you with that, I am somebody. And told y'all, my precious eye, he hit us with that I am, and he did it in such a way his voice just reverberated all throughout that auditorium. And as young men, we were doing other things. But that day just inspired everybody. The worst of the worst in the school, all of a sudden, really believed that they were somebody. He did it. Don't say he didn't. He pulled it off. No fights for the rest of the week. People was loving each other, and we really felt like I am somebody. And periodically, Yahweh's people really do need that type of encouragement. But that encouragement has to be real and extremely sincere from two levels. The level of the one speaking those words of encouragement into your ears must be sincere, and the hearers must also be ready and willing to receive it. See, this is not a game, but this is what Yah's people really do need. And to hear the minister read that psalm and to break that thing down just now, how Pharaoh, the horse, and the rider had to be overthrown in the sea, how Yahweh will take his people and plant them in his land, in his Kodesh mountain. Right now, the world really doesn't believe that. You know, you can only imagine how men in an Arab time had a book. This is the funniest thing in the scripture. Funny in the sense of irony, not laughable. But the most ironic thing in the scripture is men that labored in the word of Yahweh so deep and so intense. Their books didn't even have a title. It was named after them. Think about that. You want to go into a man's heartfelt experiences and the things he suffered and felt at the hand of Yisrael, you go into the book of Jeremiah. You want to know what a man saw as far as the future of the nation and how things went down, you go to the book of Ezekiel. You know, you go into other things and you look around and you ain't read about the coming of Wall Street. You didn't read about the emergence of Dr. Seuss by so-and-so and so-and-so. Just these men's work in Yahweh just was named after them based upon their time and their standing and their emotional character in Yahweh to be able to deliver the word. I was in the presence of an Israelite woman last week. The woman looked at me, and you know, you got to be careful because you never know what Yahweh might reveal to a person. That woman looked at me with a heart and a mind where she thought herself greater than me. And I don't think she think I discerned it, but she just looked at me with a level of disdain that just as quick as I placed eyes on her, I took eyes right off of her because I knew. Elder Johnson said something to me years ago that kind of threw me, but I never forgot it. And I would ask him, you know, I said, Dad, a lot of times you be talking to some of the people, and I noticed that you'll talk with them or what have you, and you'll keep doing what you're doing with them, but you won't look at them. And he said, because sometimes I look in their eyes and I see into their soul. Yahweh let me see things that I don't want to see no more. So when I don't want to see it, I won't look at them. And I never forgot that. People thought he was being rude. No, it wasn't what it was. He look up, look in your eyes, talk to you, whatever it was, and he's shifting, gone. Because the longer he engaged, the more Yahweh revealed. See, that's the only way the shepherds of Yahweh can fully survive and function in the world. Yahweh always has his messengers, not just a step, but steps ahead of the people. How can they function if they on the same level you on? When people get them and play with them and think they fools or think they clowns or think they dumb, okay, think what you may. But every idle word, every idle thought that a man or woman shall give, shall think, they got to give an account of it in the day of Yahweh. And this is why you can't warn Yisrael today. You ever notice this pattern? Watch this real quick. Survey. How many of y'all have raised your children as best you can in the word of Yahweh? You think your children are fairly decent children in the earth? I just asked a question. Y'all ain't got to explain it. I just asked a question. See, y'all. See, when you start explaining, let me tell you what that does. It denotes your uncertainty, as well as your ability to Pontius Pilate yourself. You know what Pontius did, right? What'd he do? He washed his hands. So y'all be like, I tried. That means you failed, right? On various levels, all of us. Let's be real. But once you start explaining it, then that means even you know. So sometimes you just, I did the best I could. You raise your hand, that's that. Listen. You ever notice? Nationally, every time black children get killed by a merchant, it's always what you would call good children. Have you noticed that? It ain't never the little thug. It ain't never man. Boo-boo, Pookie, one of them that's toting the gun 24/7. One of them that'll kill a fly at the drop of a hat. He go in the store, steal, loot, do anything he want to do. The store owners feel his spirit, and they know he's ferocious. I ain't gonna bother. But it's that good kid. Why would Yahweh let that keep happening in Yisrael? And we still don't take note to what's going on. See, Trayvon Martin, Lil Cyrus, I forget the young sister in Los Angeles got shot in the back of the head over orange juice and all. Awesome. Y'all remember her name. Now, watch this. Give me the name of one innocent white kid that ever been killed in America by a merchant. See how we can't answer that? And just imagine, we let our children live against Yahweh in any kind of way, and we still think we're serving Yahweh. See, the things that we go through as the children of Yisrael, after a while, it should kind of like wear your heart down. It should get so disturbing, so perplexing. In the construction industry, there's this thing we got to do, and most of the foremen caught on early on. We were laying brick. You get out there, we try to get started before the sun rise. So by the time the sun come up and put its sunshades on and put its hard hat on, we all out there in the same temperature. By noon or afternoon, once the men eat that lunch, you ain't getting much work out of them anyway. And we had a schedule where we knew we got rock hard from 7 a.m. to at least 11:30. That's when you're going to get the majority of your work done, because by 1, 2 o'clock in the day, nobody feels like functioning because that heat is just bearing down on them. Everybody just thinking about they want to go, they want to get out of there. And usually, no amount of pep talk, no amount of encouragement will encourage a man that realizes he ain't got but an hour to go. He ain't going to move. He ain't got that kind of energy. He just ain't going to do it. You understand where I'm going? Do y'all really understand where I'm going? Where am I going? Okay, good point. This is the last hour for Yisrael. Look at us as a nation right now. Not to disrespect us. I thank Yahweh for this one statement that he is going to save us. But I and the minister were talking last night, and I said, if you really think about it, with the way we are and the way we function right now, why would Yahweh really save us? We don't even want nothing. We don't need to, nothing motivates us. Nothing gets us to function because the sun is hot. This is the last hour. This is the time of Yahshua's coming. And everybody's hot with you. Everybody hates you. Funny thing about the world can openly hate Yahweh's people, and they good with that. But the moment you stand and say subtly, I hate you too. I hate your wicked, evil way. Suddenly everybody can prove to you you're wrong for feeling toward them exactly as they feel towards you. You hear what I'm saying? See, that's the sickest thing going. That's why you all always hear me talk on the issue of race. And you also always hear me say, I don't mess with white people. Any white men out there today, you all hear me speaking and you don't like what I'm saying, pick the phone up. Call me. You know how I do. Especially, hey, here's a good one. Especially you, brother, who got them 2 cell phones from 2 different states. And you call me and try to play like you 2 different people. How about that? You call me. Pick your line and pick your character. You call me. Tell me how wrong I am. I'm going to lay this out from the scriptures. I got a man, he calls me. Believe me, Brother Johnny. He plays like he's this white man from this state. Then he'll call me 2-3 weeks later from another phone. And he'll play like he's this white man from this state. So I'm supposed to be dumb and not catch the same voice, same diction, same speech pattern, same spirit. And people wonder why I say I don't bother them. I don't know. I don't give a damn. You can get mad at me all you want. I don't talk to white people. I don't talk to you. I've studied you according to Yahweh's word. I've studied you politically. I've studied you socially, economically, judicially, and the pattern is still the same. You think yourselves above Yahweh and above Yahweh's rules and can do whatever you want to do. Yahweh told Yisrael something that they were in violation of. And because we're in violation of it, it ain't working for us. He said, among yourselves have fervent love, for by this shall all men know that you are my disciplined ones. Question. He turned around in the same book and said, the nations are as the drop of a bucket. I was finishing up a job early in the week. And as we finished up the job and the last little bit of water was in one of the buckets I had, threw the water in the grass and went to pack up some stuff and dropped the bucket on the concrete sidewalk. Boom, 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 boom. It made a whole bunch of noise. But when it got still, it was quiet. And that's what the nations do. They make all this noise. Everybody got something to tell you. Everybody got something to teach you. You know why Yahweh said the nations are as the drop of a bucket? No nation on the face of this earth knows Yahweh like Yisrael is supposed to know him. All the rest of that stuff, the Chinese, the Iranians, the Americans, the Spaniards, the French, the Afghanis, name all of them, the Australians, you go all around the world. All of that stuff that they're talking, it's just noise. Because when it comes to Yahweh's people, they hate you and feel as though they have the right to hate you. If you can hate Yahweh's people, and these are the people he has chosen, how do you think you have the right to hate what he has chosen and tell him we're going to replace them with ourselves? Here's where it gets tricky. How can you really love that which Yahweh didn't choose if what you're trying to love hates Yahweh? How's your love going to override it? You're better off if you just remain silent and acknowledge that you really just don't know. You hear what I'm saying? That's why the nations do what they do to you. You know you're in a world of trouble. I bet you none of you could go out and kill a Jewish dude today. and get a Jewish lawyer to get you off. But how can you kill a black child and get a black lawyer and he gets you off? See, the Jewish dude, you ain't getting off. You know what the Jewish dude to do? He's so slick. He'll get you in there and make your case look good, and he'll plea bargain you down to 1,000 years. And you'll come out that courtroom that day waiting on sentencing. And they'll say, well, we plea bargained him down to 1,000 years. You be just that stupid thinking that you really beat the case when you just got 1,000 years and you'll never see the light of day, because we're the only people that go against each other and against our Creator and still expect to prosper. That's our problem. And we don't understand nothing going on in the world on any level. People complaining now they want to boycott the Chinese. Pardon me. Boycott the Japanese, boycott the nail salons, boycott the shrimp lo mein, shrimp chow mein, whatever the stuff is you ain't supposed to be eating. Now you want to boycott the rats and the roaches. That's us. Every time. As soon as something happens. But all our sins that brought us to this state, we don't even want to really look at it or acknowledge it. Israel is in trouble as a people. And it is real heartbreaking when you stand out there and you feel like you're out there all alone. And the men don't know what to do. All right, Israel, let's pick up on last week. You say you should always have a prayerful heart. Let's go back. Brother asked me if it was at all possible, could I call him and lay out the rest. I don't do individual teaching no more. I don't have that kind of time. If I teach something, everybody getting it. Everybody get it at the same time. I don't have that kind of time where I can sit down and talk with one person for 3 or 4 hours. I slide it in a lesson where everybody get it. Does that make sense? Yes. I hadn't intended on doing it this way, but Spirit let me come back and do it. Let's go over it. So, hey, you try to prepare Yahweh's people for some things, but you also try to prepare them for the end times. This is that last hour. It's 2 o'clock, y'all. Okay? We work construction. We get started in the morning. Sometimes we out there 5:30 in the morning, try to get things started, get it run. We trying to beat that heat, do everything. Right around 2 o'clock, 2:30, sometimes 3 o'clock, we know we ready to go. You get off, you can go to a bank, you can go to a mall, you can go to the store, you can do anything you want to do. Get home by 4 or 5 o'clock and still have enough daylight hours to just relax and rest yourself. But it's that last hour of the day where men just burn out. And we as a nation, we're in that last hour now. Well, Minister Taylor read that passage of scripture about how Yahweh himself is going to plant Yisrael and plant them in the land. The nations of the world, they know it's true. They know it's coming to pass. You ever have somebody know something and then they try to discourage you? They try to discourage you. I remember George Benson sang a song called On Broadway. And George Benson said he knew he was going to make it. He said, because I can play this here guitar. So he knew he was going to make it. And he didn't let nothing stray him. So Yisrael has to be the same way. You have to now, watch this. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. What does arrogance mean? Perfect. Unmovable on one's point or position. What's the most arrogant entity in the world? Now take your time before you answer me, because arrogance can be used in either a good sense or a bad sense. And I've told you all this before. What's the most arrogant entity in all the world? Yahweh. Then why don't you stand up and move righteously in the arrogance of Yahweh? Because if Yahweh is strong and unmovable, unshakable in his position, because he is all righteous, he has the right to be arrogant, then we can travel in the strength and arrogance of Almighty Yahweh. Is that making sense, Yisrael? See, the nations of the world travel in their arrogance. There's nothing more arrogant on the face of this earth than the damn dirty Jew. Y'all looking at me like y'all shocked I said that. Do I need to go on more to prove y'all I got the heart to say it? Damn them. Now, how's that? That good enough? See, I ain't scared of them. A lot of us, we scared. We don't say nothing. We just make them think they are. Somebody that come along, give me a volunteer. Who got a house? Who live in a house? All right, all y'all just put y'all head. I'm coming to your house tomorrow. And I'm taking over. I kid you not. Any cake, I'm eating it. TV, make sure the remote where I can see it. Air conditioner, I'm taking over. How's that? Huh? See, ain't nobody ask you nothing. It's your wife. She say, take over the mortgage. People at home say, see, that's black man. He don't want to pay the bill now. Anyway, imagine the world. You just took over Yahweh's way of life. You took over Yahweh. You know what I like about? Probably, I know two of my most favorite white men in the world, right? Two of my favorite white men are both snitches. I like these two dudes. They snitches. What did they say about snitches? They ain't stitched neither one of them up, did they? They bluffed on these two. My two favorite white men are Julian Assange and who say his name again? Edward Snowden. See, I like them two little white men because they told stuff, stood up, stuck their chest out. Shut up, the hell with you. I said this, I said that, and they telling it. Now there's a third one. He working on me. He working on me. Third one is Tucker Carlson. Starting to like. See, I ain't never liked them people before. But I'm starting to like them because, see, white people stand up for justice in their own kind of way. See, they can't see it like you and I are supposed to see it. But as best they can, they be standing up fighting. Tucker Carlson said, so how are you the chosen people when you come from Poland? He said, how are you the chosen people if you come from Russia? Are not the chosen people actually people that are descendants from that specific region of the world? He said, did they not get scattered around the world in captivity? Did they not get enslaved and become the lowest source of all the humans of the earth? Tucker was rolling. I'm like, damn, white boy, go ahead. I was trying to turn my phone up, right, as loud as it would go. You know, I want some other people to hear it. And Tucker was rolling. And I was like, you know, Tucker, I hope they don't take you out. I hope you get to live just long enough to keep on agitating them. See, sometimes you need somebody to stir some stuff up, right? You know how, like, yeah, never mind. Anyway, sometimes you just need somebody to stir some stuff up because you might not have the heart to do it, you know. Remember that time George Bush was giving that speech in Iraq after they done tore the country up and did all that? What did that man do? Not one shoe, but he said, damn it, I'll go home barefoot. In fact, I'd go to jail. I don't care. He threw 2 shoes, right? Now, that took heart. Everybody else in the room with shoes on clearly liked their shoes. Because, see, it really should have been a shoe fest. Once he got it started, you're like, damn right, yeah. Just shoot. In fact, I ain't throwing mine. I'm gonna beat you with the heel, right? Remember the brothers wearing them high heels in the 70s? Look at all the men. The members like, I don't remember that. The brothers had 9-inch heels. They were running around. They also had purses too. Don't act like they were. Remember that? I often wondered as a little child, how you, bruh? I used to wonder, bruh, how you got that big old fro? You look real masculine. You got them shoes on, and you got that purse. I ain't even call it a man purse. It is what it is, mama. It's a purse. It's a purse, right? My generation, you say, man, brother got a pocketbook. And then what y'all would say? Now, in reality, this is a pocketbook. Check this out. This is a pocketbook. In reality. It folds, it opens up like a book. Y'all see them ones in there. Pay them ones, no mind. Anyway, this is a pocketbook, right? This thing over the shoulder. That's a purse. It's a purse. Come on, man. And then they try to get all slick with it. Remember, brother, what's the word they used it in 21st century? What they call it? The merce. Try to masculinize. How you going to masculinize femininity? Merce. Yeah, right. Anyway, all the world watches us go through all these phases and all this other stuff. We don't never have enough heart to just say, I stand on Yahweh's word and don't give a damn who you are and what you like. I stand on this. That's what Yisrael got to really learn to do. I would advocate not arguing with any nation and any nationality. As you need their stuff, considering you ain't making nothing, you ain't manufacturing. As you need their stuff, utilize their services, get your stuff going in your house, mind your business. But all this hanging out with them, there's a store less than 2 blocks from our house? I ain't been in that store in the last 7 or 8 years. Some brothers had it when we moved around it. Black man and one wife had it, and they sold it. I forget the nationality of the people that had it. They were Dominicans or whatever, but they thought they weren't black. So as they went from black Dominicans to some Hispanics to some other people. Now I don't even know their nationality. Sometimes you don't even feel comfortable asking people, hey, man, what's your nationality? Because they don't know. You know, they can tell you, hey, rice-a-roni. They can say anything. And you be like, okay, I never heard of rice-a-roni, but that's where you from. Okay. Anyway, some people I don't patronize because I already know you don't like us. My little grandson is 10 now. He was like 2 when I went in there one time, and I didn't like the reception we got because he wanted to change the ice cream for something else. He had just got it out the freezer, got there, looked at it, said he didn't want that one. He wanted something else. I said, well, let's go back and get that. They didn't want him to exchange it. It was wrapped. It was in the paper. We hadn't paid for anything. He hadn't opened anything. He just realized that wasn't the one he wanted, and they didn't want him to exchange it. And, of course, Pop being the rebel, he said, nah, you ain't going to make him get what you want him to get. He get the one he get, and I pay for the one he get, or it's going to be a problem. I never forget this. I told him straight, it's going to be a problem. And then they kind of like accepted it, but they was like I was wrong. I paid for it. But I did say something to him, and I don't know if he remembers it or not, but when we got outside the store, and I opened it up for him, and I said, now remember this. We'll do a lot of things together in life. But one thing we'll never do ever again in life is come back here. And we walked up the street. And that's the truth. We haven't been back since. See, when you got stores in your own neighborhood by your, as we used to call them, mom and pop store, then you have to patronize one another. Stop crying about whether or not the stuff is 30 or 40 cents higher than somewhere else. They structure society so your brothers and sisters kind of like got to charge a little more just to make it. But you don't squawk when you be paying for them Jimmy Choos or them other little outfits and designer bags and all this other stuff. You don't squawk then. So really, don't squawk with your brother or sister now. The stuff really don't matter. None of the money belongs to you. All the money got pictures of the ugliest people in the world on it. Then tell me I'm lying. Give me the name of some beautiful black folk you know. Just somebody that you think is nice looking. Somebody beautiful. Who? Kelly Rowland. Okay. How come Kelly Rowland ain't on a $20 bill? Anybody else? Sisters, y'all ain't never seen a good-looking black man? We ain't talking lust. I'm just saying. Idris Elba and Denzel. All right. How come Idris ain't on the $2 bill? Wait a minute. Whoa. Put him on the 50. How come he ain't on the 100? Oh, so then he don't count no more. If he got knighted, he already dark at night. Anyway. They don't count no more. Yes, sir. Good point. You got to be dead to be. So Malcolm earned his place on the $100 bill. How come Malcolm ain't on 100? Who? Yeah, man. You know what, Mom? You know what I thought you said, right? Think for a minute. It had to be funny, but think. I ain't hear you. I thought she said, nigga Evers. That's why if you know, I said, who? But anyway, we ain't gonna disrespect the brother. That was my ears, on the fritz. But I never worry about money in this society. And the reason I never worry about, I don't never have much anyway, so it don't much matter to me, right? How you gonna really miss what you ain't never had? Oh, I sure missed that $1 million. Somebody said, what million? I dreamt one night I had $1 million. And my life has never been the same. Come on now. Realistically, you can't miss what you ain't never had, right? That's right. all of this stuff in the world, the nations took all of this stuff because the things that Yahweh planned to give to the children of Yisrael, we are so brainwashed now, we down to the wire, we really just don't believe it. That's why a lot of times we don't even have no faith as Yisrael. Why you think our number one sign, the number one sign between us and Yahweh is what? What did he say it was? The Sabbath. But yet on the Sabbath, we are so wishy-washy in even obeying Yahweh. What the hell? What you got? Give me the top 5 things you got to do on the Sabbath. Name them right now. Give me the top 5 things that you got to do. Nothing. Bingo. Brother says right here, and that was being here. Now, give us the benefit of the doubt that in the modern age of YouTube and all, you can keep Shabbat at home. Okay, let's add that in. But realistically, y'all, what you got to do? Prom season? I missed it. Cousin getting married Sunday, so I can't make it today. What you really got? The number one sign. So if we screw up at the number one sign, and then we start going through the list of all the other things that shows a sign between us and Yahweh, if you screw up on number 1, what make you think you won't get number 5 right? What make you think you won't care about number 8? What is number 12? What's number 32? What make you think you really gonna care? But here's an irony. National Geographic was doing some animal studies, and they was out with cameras filming stuff, and they filmed the beavers. And they realized something about the beavers, building dams and all this other stuff. But what they learned was that the beavers did not move on the Sabbath day. Now here's an irony. Where am I going with this? As far as the work is concerned, what do you think the beavers said about the work? The beavers woke up and said, today is the Sabbath. We ain't doing no work. I don't give a damn. Right? You Hebrews, on the other hand, I got to get in here. Master said I need to do it. So I guess one sister, she went as far as called me and asked me, can you pray for me? I said, what do you mean? Well, they make me work on Sabbath day. I got to work. I say, can I ask you a question? And she ain't spoke to me since, but I went with this, right? I said, can I ask you a question? Yeah. I say, when your husband asked you to make breakfast last week, what'd you do? Oh, I ain't feel like it. Now, she told herself, I ain't feel like it. I ain't do it either. I said, I got you. What was my point? Hubby asked for breakfast, you ain't feel like it, and you ain't give a damn. Whitey said, let's say it in his language, you better get your ass in here. And you went. And asked a man to pray for you while you go and disobey the man. See how backward we got it? Don't draw me in it. Ask your husband what to do. Maybe you should have made that sandwich. See, that's how we do Yahweh. But in all our sorrow and all our heartbreak, Yahweh promised to come back and save poor little Yisrael. Sometimes, man, it break you down so bad, man, you don't have nothing to say. You ain't got nobody really to talk to about it, man. I miss the elders of old, man, them days when I was a little child. Man, if I had known that these days would come like they have come now, I probably would have paid far more greater attention as a child than I actually did. Now, I ain't do too bad. You're never supposed to tell a woman's age, but in this instance, I need to tell this. My daughter's 40. I found some notes from a message that Elder Johnson was teaching back in the days. You know, on the Sabbath, I would write little notes down, not just the... Bro, Juan, I just found your phone number in this book, right?
Really?
Yeah, I kid you not. 276-7957. You remember that number?
That's the old number.
That's the old number. I kid you not. Look. I just opened up to it. You sitting right there. I just happened to pop that. See how old this is, right?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I'm going through these old notes, and I got a lot of little books and things like this. When Elder Johnson would preach, and he would say things, as we would call them, proverbs. A proverb is a small, catchy little saying that has a great deal of wisdom encoded within it, you know. Like the old folks say stuff like, bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. And people are like, what the hell that mean? That's what a woman said to me. What the hell does that even mean? When I explained it to her, I said, okay, you already got a bird, chicken, whatever it is. You can make defeather and cook him. But you see two over there in the bush. Oh, that's two. That's awesome. You let him go to chase them two. And you get neither one of them. The one you had was worth the two that you had in the bush. And a lot of times people don't understand a proverb. Sometimes knowledge is, as this proverb say, too high for a fool. So anyway, I'm looking back through this and find this little note. It says, I love Dad, from Kia. I love Dad. And you could tell that as a child, she was just learning how to write. Because she did a little A, B, C, D, E, F, G, did all that stuff, and then put LOVE and colored it in balloons. I think you need to see that more than anybody in the building. But that is how old these notes are in this book. Ain't it? And this was done on the Sabbath. Anyway, looking back at the notes and all of the different things that were here in this book, sometimes to just read little things he said. Elder Johnson said things like, the present conditions of our people, especially the young men, are drastic examples of the consequences of corrupt spiritual leadership. The problems are too far-reaching to even discuss. That's serious. You flip through things. Let me get this one in. The commandments, the mark of the beast, the battle of Armageddon, and the kingdom of Yahweh are the messages of today. The false rulers of this world constantly work in a way to put greater levels of pressure on the poor. And any preacher that says you don't have to keep the law is a liar and should not be preaching. Yeah, I mean, little stuff that he said, you know, you just wrote it. White people, no matter what they're doing, are just doing what the Bible says that they will do. He went on, man. The old man could say stuff that would catch your attention. When we say the end of white rule, we mean the completion of their purpose in a wicked world under their authority. I would not write it in a manner that would leave you unknowledgeable of this world's mystery, unless you are overwise in your own conceit. You'll never understand due to unbelief, wherein it's only the fulfillment of Yahweh's prophecy in which spiritual blindness in part has happened to Yisrael. That's why we can't really get it together, because we really just don't believe. The most dangerous thing we can do is keep pushing stuff into the lap of a generation that we also refuse to prepare. Why push the judgments and the destruction, the mark of the beast, the battle of Armageddon? Why push all of that into the laps of the children if you're not going to sit the children down and teach them what's coming? See, this is why. Remember, Yahweh's word says, you have killed and condemned the just, and he doth not resist you. Now, I can't speak for the young child or anything, but at 14, hair, the style of the day, whatever it is, you put your bag where they ask you to put the bag, you go get the water, you notice they following you around in the store, looking at everything. Everybody's seen the film footage, and the little child realized, you know what, I don't think I want to buy nothing in here, and go to leave. And then you say he stole something from you after you checked him, and he's running from you. What item could he have possibly stolen that was so much, so expensive that it was worth his life. See, this is what's happening only to the, let's use the term, the good children. The ones that ain't out there like that. But it keeps happening because it's that spirit of the just. That if they live long enough, probably would never get a police record. Probably would never get a criminal record. Just not a fighter, not a brawler, in no trouble. Mother got college degree, educated, everything you could think of, played by all the rules of the system. And this is how you rewarded her, by killing her child. Where have you heard this story before? Thank you. Thank you. He said, woman, behold thy son. You get it? See, we're not paying attention, man. We're not. When I now let that point go. I know y'all say, bring it up. No, I won't bring that up. But at any rate, black mothers, black women, turn to Yahweh with your whole heart. Even when your children cutting up, you turn to Yahweh with your whole heart. And don't give up praying for them. As well as don't give up laying down Yahweh's rules to them. Because as long as they're a child or juvenile, they're under your roof. They have to do what you say do. The day they can't abide by Yahweh's rules, or as my father told me, the day you can't abide by my rules, which are Yahweh's rules, then you got to go. That was some rough and tough terms to hear. But I'm glad my father said that. If you can't abide by my rules, which are Yahweh's rules, then you got to go. And that was the roughest moment of my life, realizing, damn, all that hard-headedness now, Pop ain't playing with me. See, we're in society today where we don't know which direction we want to go. And we don't know which direction we want to go because a lot of times women making all the decisions. That ain't Yahweh's way. You're making all of the decisions. That's not Yahweh's way. The first decision that a woman made got everybody in trouble. Don't get mad at us. It got everybody in trouble. And genetically, you all have received it to this damn day. The impromptu position that Adam took got all the men in trouble to this day. Because he didn't stand. He didn't say anything. Brothers, you ever yield to a woman on something you really didn't want to yield to, but to keep the peace, you went along with it anyway? You ever been in that? Yes. Tell the truth. You got that nature from your father. Now, Yahweh didn't set you to be dominant and is a way to do everything. You understand? And we're all out here suffering because of the transgressions of the first two. Yahweh let it come genetic. It stayed in our seed. So genetic is it. Ain't none of us ducked death yet. With all the scientific knowledge we have, why you ain't going to human body and figure out what is it exactly that caused the body to age, to deteriorate, and then die? Take that out. They doing gene editing and gene splicing, make babies come blue-eyed, blonde hair, this, that, and other. All this. They doing a lot of stuff now. Why they ain't took death out yet? So I'm saying it to you as Yahweh's people that we really do have to pay attention to things. And when it gets down to the wire, where the only weapon left that you have is prayer, it is then and only then when you realize how powerful you are as a people. Anytime your prayer is going to be more powerful than nuclear bombs and weapons, you got to know what you're dealing with. You got to know the Most High. Right now, we don't have that kind of power and that kind of strength. Tell the truth, because we really simply do not believe. Sometimes you ask people, why you keep showing up? And that is not a bad thing to say to people. Yahshua said it to them when they came to the baptism, did they not? What did John say? Generation of vipers. Who warned you to flee from the wrath to come? These are people they knew were not going to be saved. What you coming down here for? What did Yahweh say in Psalm 51? Pardon me, Psalm 50. He said, you that violate my law. What you got to do with my law? Why do you even take the law in your mouth, knowing you ain't going to do it? We keep letting the whole world get away with talking to us. Everybody knows something. Everybody want to teach somebody something. Everybody want to be better than somebody else. And so many different things, man. I was talking to Minister Johnson yesterday. We had a beautiful, what was that, 10 minutes? We had a beautiful 10-minute conversation. And at the end of the conversation, I broke down and cried. That thing really bothered me. Because I was telling him something that I had experienced in life, and it saddened me because there are times where I got to pause and think, wait a minute, what would Elder Johnson do in this situation? What would Elder Carson say? What would Elder Jones do? What would they? I think back because those were literal examples for me in my lifetime where I got a chance to see certain things. And I told Minister Johnson, I said, boy, there's this one day coming that I don't want to face for you. And then I slid a joke in there to ease the pressure of it myself. But I told him, I said, then again, I can't worry about it because I ain't going to see it. But when I told him what it was, I wished I had never brought it up. But what I was trying to get him to understand was that, and I'm not dying, don't y'all come with that, oh, John, you telling me, shut up. What I was saying was, everybody goes to that point where Yahweh tells them, okay, this is where you stop. This is where it cuts off, because now the next generation comes. But that day that I realized that Elder Johnson wasn't coming back no more was that first Shabbat we had to open the doors of the sanctuary and go on with the service. And the old man wasn't in the building, wasn't in the house, wasn't directing the service, wasn't singing and clapping the way he used to do, but was not and would never be again until Yahshua came. And that one really bothered me because I thought about Yisrael and all them years of preaching and teaching right here in this city, and was very well known, but yet was not known. And I said to myself, nothing's changed. The little assemblies we got here scattered, and we don't see each other sometimes. They're brothers in the sacred name of Yahweh that I can name right now. Been in this city all their lives, just like me. We ain't seen each other in 5-6 years, all within walking distance of each other. You can walk one end of Baltimore to the other in a day if you so choose to. It ain't but 80 square miles. Think about it. That's 20 miles in each direction. You can walk to one another, and we don't see each other. We have no Israelite school. We're the Israelite school in this city for the children. No resources, no nothing. No disrespect to us. If you run down on any of us, this assembly, any other assembly where they gather, if they're gathering in the school, if they're gathering in the parking lot, wherever, somebody somewhere gonna have on an expensive watch, expensive jewelry, designer label clothes, late model car, or something. But the children have no school. They have no job training program, no resources, no nothing. And they living off the hopes and dreams of all of us who just want to be dressed a certain way, who want to look like Israel, want the world to acknowledge us. And we don't even have the power to band together in prayer to stop the wind from blowing in the wrong direction. That's saying a lot. You hear what I'm saying? It says a lot when you all over the city, helping everybody, doing everything. And then you get down sick with a cold or flu or anything of that nature, and you really can't heal because you ain't even getting proper rest for your body because you running for everybody in the name of Yahweh. On the air, you're teaching, you're doing this, no resources, no nothing. Yahweh make a way, and you look up and realize, you say, damn, we just can't come together because we won't come together. Y'all want to hear the hardest part about being Yisrael in reality? The real hardest part, you just don't love each other. Am I lying? You just don't love each other. We had in, I forget what year it was, Mr. Johnson can help me out. What was it, around Christmas or Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving. We had a meeting here. House was packed. Israelite men. We agreed. We go away and look at what we was looking at for other problems, and we were going to come back together in 30 days. This is the longest 30 days. What year was that? 2014. 12 years. 12 years of 30 days. I should make a movie. 12 years of 30 days. Because we ain't got back together yet. 12 years of slave, 12 years of, wait a minute, pardon me. 12 years of 30 days. Sound biblical, don't it? 12 years of 30 days. We never got back. Nobody never picked up the phone. Nobody never called. We set a date when we would all get together. This is the stuff we do. But as soon as a child gets killed, we're all up in arms. We should come together. We should have our own. We should this. It's getting so close to the end time. Ain't none of that stuff gonna matter. A brother asked me, should we start looking at dual citizenship? And I promised to call, but I did. Brother Alex, I do. Please forgive me. I didn't get a chance to call you. A lot of times, I don't mind if y'all call me, in fact. But, a lot of times y'all do, you have to call me. Because sometimes I have so much going on, I can't always pull off everything that I'm thinking to do. I want to call somebody, think about somebody, and get sidetracked. It takes a split second for somebody to text something through or call, and you lose sight of it. I want to read something that the Israelis were doing with people that were traveling. You know Yahweh in this. I didn't even know the page. I'd flip right to it. We teach each other now that we need to open our businesses. We need to look at dual citizenship and some other things. These devils have the world. And the way the nations have the world, all of the nations, unless you understand, and if I need to teach it, just say so, unless we really understand what took place at the Tower of Babel. Remember, everybody that was alive hated Yahweh and decided we need to build the tower. We need to go up there and get him. We need to fight. And built their tower and shot arrows in there, and Yahweh mocked them and let the arrows fall back to them with blood on them because it was their own blood. So then the arrows fell back on them. They thinking they're going to rise up to fight him. Okay, he came down and confounded the language. But everything at that time that was one language is in one agreement that they did not like the Most High. How then are all the nations of the earth today any different? If they all hate him, then they hate you because you're chosen and you try to obey. Even in all your errors, even in all your faults, even in all your shortcomings, in all your mistakes and transgressions against him and against each other, you're still his people. And they all have the same spirit. You get it? So in answer to the question of whether or not we need dual citizenship, I want y'all to check something that is a primary weapon used against everybody. You got to hear this. This is from the book, The Palestine Laboratory. The reason I like this book is because first and foremost, it's written by a Jewish dude. See, when you start looking up at the Palestinians and Israelis and all, neither one of them are the people that Yahweh put there originally in the land. So you got two groups of people that are not his fighting over something that's not theirs, if that makes sense. Say that twice. Two groups of people fighting over something that is not theirs, while neither one of them are his. You got me? All right, check out what's happening. The Associated Press summed up the mood in a report in 2020. In a post-pandemic Europe, migrants will face a digital fortress. The story explained how the EU and its member states were implementing a suite of new policies aimed to deter refugees, including digital barriers, observational towers, a steel wall, and a sound cannon to deafen new arrivals, virtual border guard interview machines, and lie detectors powered by artificial intelligence. Frontex has been transformed from a coordination mechanism to a full-fledged multinational security force. Now imagine European people, white folk, all over the world, trying to keep people out of countries. See, that's like catching a cold. Your body is fighting off this alien force that's in your body, right? And as this alien force is in you, it's wreaking havoc on you. Cough too much, you get a headache. Cough too much, and make your rib cage hurt. Too much coughing, you get cramps and all this other stuff, right? Yes. Ain't that what they've done all over the world? Yes. And can never see they're wrong. So clearly somebody is the damn devil. I ain't got time for you getting offended when I say I preach against your wrongdoing and you get mad talking about what I'm saying is hate. Well, what is what you doing? And they never acknowledge that. That's why I don't talk to them. There's no talking to the white race. Get the hell out of my face. Don't call me. Don't be asking me nothing. If you sincere in serving Yahweh, that's a different story. We can talk all day. But don't think you're going to run down on no boy. No boy ain't going to discern your spirit. Little man called me playing like he two different people. I let it go. And ain't said nothing about it since. I let it go. I want to see how far you going to go. Tell me about you setting up for tabernacle and a tree fell where you going to put your tent. I'm on the phone just like this. See, I ain't dumb. I look at the signs too. See, let's set something straight. Gentiles can come and can keep tabernacle. That's fine. But in case y'all ain't checked it, he ain't give you the rules for setting it up. He gave the rules to Yisrael for setting it up. If you're going to keep it, you keep it under Yisrael. You out trying to do it on your own, and then a tree fall, I think it's a sign. Then you call and blaming me, complaining about the date we had. Our feast days went down beautifully, came and went beautifully. Ain't no trees fall on us. And I've been saying for years, you don't need white folks to calculate Yahweh's feast day. You got to know when the year and the season start, which means you really got to draw close to Yahweh in order for him to teach you. Because they trying to shut everything down. You know you dealing with the devil. Anytime the devil trying to stop you from seeing sunlight and moonlight. You know you dealing with something that ain't natural. And you're going to keep on trying to befriend it. Remember one sister years ago told me, well, the Jews would know. All of us froze. We just like, now you know me. I was thinking the worst of the worst thought. What was I thinking? I'm thinking, woman, I ought to slap your face. I admit it, that's what I was thinking. Well, the Jews would know. Okay, the Jews. Don't that sound like a disease or something? Yes. So what's up with him? He home. He all right? Then he got the Jews. Seriously, don't it sound like a disease? It's the Jews. I got the boogie woogie, baby. I got the Jews. Anyway, that's going to probably be funny when I play this. I got to play the service back just to see that. Okay. Oh, man, that is funny. They can write me if they want to. I will read every one. I'm right over the air. See, y'all got to learn how to respond to people sometimes. See, sometimes you got to respond in ways people don't want you to respond. You know, that's what the man did to me. He had some slick words for me. I let him look, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Rodney Dangerfield. The new fake Rodney Dangerfield. And like Rodney Dangerfield, this guy over here gets no respect. No respect, I tell you. You know what he told me? I ain't never had nobody come at me and embarrass me like that. I said, well, stick around. I can do this all night. And we only responding back and forth through social media. No, look, I got plenty. Nobody never disrespected you. Okay, hang around me. I'll get you. And for those of you out there that feel as though I've insulted you or done it, if I haven't insulted you, stick around. I'll get to you. The way y'all have done us. Full of Samson on you. Samson burnt them foxtails and sent them into the bushes. Yisrael got scared. Why you do that? Samson said, wait a minute, I did to them what they did to me. Yisrael gets scared. Oh, you always got somebody there. Oh, no, peace, baby. Look, I ain't vanilla ice. Don't come to me. Oh, we're going to chill out, ice, baby. Nah, you want a war? We're going to get you a war. Yisrael don't know the value of the war. The value of the war now that you need is in your prayers. It's in the Psalms. That's why I say you must always have a prayerful mind. Some people you're going to have to ask Yahweh, listen, Yahweh, could you please? Yahweh, you know better than we know. These people won't stop. Can you kill them? Sometimes you got to pray like that. Sometimes you got to pray and ask Yahweh, destroy them if it be your will. Take them out. Since he said, thou should not kill. He can kill. Yeah. Did he not say in the word, I kill and make alive? Right. Why people always get afraid of the black man when he talking like that? Yeah, because it's power. Because all you got to do is ask. All you got to do is ask. Sometimes y'all don't ask, you don't have because you don't ask. Somebody keep on growing stronger and stronger on you. You keep doing all your dirt to our people, and we just crying and suffering. It was a real sad week for me. Just keep reading people's comments and posts about the man getting off for having killed the little child. After a while, it does hurt. And when you read white folk comment, well, some of y'all warrant stuff like that, and none of y'all don't. This child, he didn't shoot up the school because he was stupid. Your little dumbass child go to school, fail one test, and get mad, and everybody got to die because he dumb. School shooting. You don't hear, black children don't do that. They love their little friends, and all of them can be crazy. All they want, they love each other. Listen to what I just said. Because of listening to psychiatrists now, upwards of 43% of today's children identify with being mentally ill and have been trained to feel happy in that. Man, I'm in counseling, man. They say something wrong with me. Yeah, why? Me too. Why? And now they happy identifying with that. They told my father years ago, he has problems. He'll probably need to be put on some medication. They tried that ADHD stuff in the 70s. My father had the perfect solution that hung right over the back of his chair in the bedroom. This leather belt that he never wore. And it was that old thick leather cut from one of them good cows. Not the cheap cows, from one of the good cows. It was about that thick. Pardon me, Yisrael. Look at your fingers. You see them little lines in your hands? See, in case you didn't know it, out in the construction industry, they taught us in the event you didn't have a tape measure. Each one of those are an inch apart. Always remember that. That's 1 inch. So my father had this thick leather belt that was about half of the size of that. That's pretty thick for straight leather. Now, you imagine getting cow popped with one of them. You'd be like, oh. You feel like you back in the slave days, you know. I want no more, master. One of them whoopings, right? My father said, he don't need no medicine. He gonna act right when he coming here tomorrow. Ain't that right? Yes, sir. Now, he was smooth with it because he didn't get you in front of the school. But when you got home, you got tore up a little bit. But the strangest thing happened. You go to school the next day, and for some reason or another, you really don't feel like cutting up no more. Now, ask me why it worked. I don't know. The people say, you was abused. I wasn't abused, nothing. It was discipline. I've seen people take the scripture, it says, spare the rod and spoil the child. And I've seen people flip that around on a social media post trying to explain it away. Spare the rod, don't dare whoop them, spoil them. I'm like, huh? That's why they get mad and get up 2 o'clock in the morning, put 2 Hot Pockets in the microwave, eat them, turn the stereo up real loud, and kill everybody in the house. And go to school for 2-3 weeks straight while buying bleach and alcohol, trying to get the blood off the wall. Parents dead and stinking in the ground. They done put the body in the trash truck done came, picked them up 2-3 times in a week or whatever, before anybody realized, has anybody seen little Johnny's mom? Well, little Johnny did 2 things with mom. Number 1, he killed mom and been eating mom. This is the type of stuff that happens. Little Johnny gets committed to a mental institution until he's 21. When he's 21, he back on the street. And can get a job in the school. Now you go steal a Snickers because you was really hungry. And you got 30 years. You make parole, you eligible for parole in 2084. Am I lying?
No.
Listen to this. Patrick Breyer, a European lawmaker with German Pirate Party, the German Pirate Party, took the EU to court to uncover the secrets of its AI-powered lie detector systems. What we are seeing at the borders and in treating foreign nationals generally is that at the borders and in treating foreign nationals generally is that it's often a testing field for technologies that are later used on Europeans as well. And that's why everybody should care in their own self-interest. See, Europeans like to do evil stuff to people. As soon as they feel it coming toward them, oh no, hey, can't do this to us. So you got to hear what they were doing. Across the EU, invasive Israeli-built technology is ubiquitous. Though it's largely passes without comment, despite some of the companies involved having a troubling record, Hungary and Bulgaria both flirted with the idea of using Israeli companies to build walls at their borders, admiring how the Israelis repelled the Africans along its 245 miles of border with Egypt. And while in the end, they both went with local construction companies, Israel is always cited as the model to be copied. So when they're doing evil to people around the world, they're getting it from the Israelis. The Israeli surveillance from Celebrite has sold its digital data extraction services to at least 150 countries, including dictatorships such as Russia, United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. Spying on asylum seekers in the EU is partially provided by Celebrite because a mobile phone is a key part of most immigrants' possession. See, that's the damn problem, the cell phone. We worry about dual citizenship, we worry about what's those passports and all this other stuff. The problem is the cell phone. Y'all hear me? The problem is the cell phone. Listen to what happens. According to Celebrite salesperson in 2019, 77% of all refugees that arrived in the European Union were without documents, and 43% of them had a smartphone during their journey. They had no visas, no passports, but they had a cell phone. Check this. The company claimed that this opened the door to their technology being used to determine the migrant's journey and their recent geographical communication history. However, a forensic analysis of the phone just might breach international law due to the lack of consent. Just might breach international law due to the lack of consent given by the migrant. And in most cases, they're completely unaware that it's even happening. This did not stop Frontex from developing a guidebook to detail the ways in which encrypted messages apps on refugee mobile phones could be cracked and information gleaned, including the use of special measures. But it was unclear if this referred to applying pressure on the migrants or some other technical procedure. In contrast, border guards in Greece, Croatia destroyed the mobile phones of migrants before rejecting any asylum claims and violently pushing them back across the border. This is all potentially illegal behavior. Britain's Home Office admitted this in 2022, that confiscating refugees' phones was illegal, despite having been done so many times. It's the damn phone. In the movie The Running Man, the updated version, Colin Farrell was running. He was hiding. He was ex-CIA. His memory had been wiped. He didn't know what it was he was doing, and they were trying to find him. The CIA director or handler at that time that was chasing him says to the CIA tech, "Where is he? Turn his phone on now." Anybody see the movie? Yes. When they turned the phone on, where was his phone? In his hand. In his damn hand. Implanted up under the skin in such a way where when it lights up, his keypad and everything was right there. He could punch it and could talk. They told him, find a piece of glass, like that big glass sitting right there behind dear brother's head. At night, you go to that glass, put your hand up on the glass, the whole screen now becomes your screen. And you punch and move all of the stuff around you want. Meanwhile, all this information is being stored. And in case you ain't checked it yet, the United States and other countries are about to get this $1 trillion electric bill. It's because all of the data centers that are going up are going to need water and electricity. Which means you thirsty, so what? Starve to damn death. Oh, you can't read at night, 11 o'clock? So what? It's nighttime anyway. Take your butt to bed. Because all the electricity is going to be used for all the stuff that they need to run, including artificial intelligence, the robots, and every damn thing else. Yahweh's people are up against something the likes of which the world has never seen before. And here, we don't even know how to pray. Here, we don't even know what to say. Here, we don't even know what to do. But everybody got an agenda. Everybody got a mission. Psalm 26. Yahweh's people going to have to know stuff like this, and you ain't going to always be able to have notes. Sometimes even in the smallest reference book, like this little, what is this, a 4x6? I think it is. Let me do this. It's 3. That's 6. Yeah, 4x6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 4x6. Imagine having dozens of these. How long can you travel with all of these? Eventually, it gets uncomfortable with all of these, right? So now some stuff you have to be so committed to your mind that it's just so cultural that you can get away with it. You understand? Some things you're just going to have to be so knowledgeable with that even if you cannot memorize everything, these cell phones have made a lot of us stupid. Tell the truth. Name, how many of us, and 3 of us right now can, but Ron Lay, he just discouraged me. How many of us right now can remember 3 cell phone numbers of 3 people in here that you looking at right now? Go. Y'all cheating, you know that. What, Minister John gave y'all a membership card or something? You know y'all cheating. I asked, can they remember 3 cell phone numbers of anybody in here? This is a mother, daughter, and granddaughter. Now, what 3 phone numbers y'all think they gonna remember? Smooth, but nah, y'all disqualified. Can I get another Bible? Just come to said, nah, don't look over here at me, John. How about you, brother? You, anybody, mother, anybody, brother? 3 numbers in here that y'all can remember right now. I said 3. I only know 1. What number you memorized by heart? Oh, never mind. I don't even know. Me and you in the backyard. As soon as the simple service over, okay? You slugging it out with Pop in the backyard? Like, my point. Remember when in the old days, we memorized everybody's phone number? You memorized everything. Now you in the house all week, still can't even remember where the bathroom at. Tell you. Remember that? You get up and say, what was I going to do? Come on, y'all. They've dumbed us down. Psalms 26, a psalm or a prayer of protection. Sometimes you need to be protected from things, and you don't understand the depth and the ramification of it. So sometimes you have to just ask that Abba Yahweh be with you and protect you from it because you don't know all the ins and outs of it, right? Let's get into a little of what he says here. Judge me, O Yahweh, for I have walked in mine integrity. I have trusted also in Yahweh. Therefore, I shall not slide. I like that part right there, right? I shall not slide. I've trusted in Yahweh, so I ain't going to slide off the deep end and start sinning, going over here and do that. He trusts in Yahweh, right? Examine me, O Yahweh, and try me. Try my reins and my heart. For thy loving kindness is before mine eyes, and I walk in your truth. I like that part. I have not sat in vain with vain persons, neither shall I go with dissemblers. You know, after a while, you don't want to keep on hanging out with somebody that always got something negative to say about Yahweh. Always got something negative to say about the word. Something negative to say about this way. After a while, those dissemblers, you don't want to kind of like be with them. And I ain't in no self-righteous state, but you just look up and realize this person is not good for me. Yes. Right? Yes. This friend, this brother, you start cutting loose from them, right? I have hated the congregation of evildoers and will not sit with the wicked. You get it? The nations of the earth today, they're all plotting against Yahweh. All of them in on this new world order, they don't agree with this level of it or this portion of it, this piece of it or that piece. But, okay, they reject that, but they want this. So then they say, okay, well, you rejected that, but we need this. This is a key component of it. How about we soften it and do it this way, that way, or the other? Well, do you agree to it? All right, well, then I'll take it. That's how it goes. That's how they're going to weave the web of the thing around the whole world. Right now, Yisrael ain't comfortable with losing everything that they have in order to gain salvation. We so busy wanting all the stuff that the world got. Come on, man. Some of this stuff sometimes, man, you lose what you got for sake of greater gain, and it's no loss to you. We just haven't got to that point, so I understand it. I'm not sitting here saying now, practice giving up your house. Practice, when the time comes that you have to give it up, and you have been in Yahweh so well, you won't miss it. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? When the time comes, some of the stuff that you thought you need, you'll learn that you really don't need it and can do without it. You hear me? I got a plant that broke. So I had to break it and cut it properly and put it in a bucket of water. It grows in the dirt. But in the bucket of water, it let it be known, all right, I need the dirt. But hey, I'm in this water, man. Watch this. And the plant stood up straighter and stronger in the water than it did in the dirt. So sometimes the thing you think you need, you can do better without it. Come on, man. I'm not lying to you. The plant stood up stronger, greener. I'm like, was I not watering it enough? What was going on with it? Either way, it stood up. It got greener and it got stronger. You got to be the same way. There's nothing this European world has that Yahweh's people really need. And the more you watch them move and their actions on a day-by-day basis, the less excited you are about this world. Yep. Minister Taylor read that scripture and then talked about how the nations are going to see when Yahweh do this thing. They're going to see it. That's why everybody mad. I was looking at a video clip of these little, remember when the Teletubbies came out? And then the Furbies after that and all that. Yeah. Well, they got these new little black doll babies now. Like little doll about this big head, big lips. They, you know, the Chinese are making them. And you can stretch it and you can abuse it and punch it and beat it and all this. So China got its own TikTok channel that is only in China. So it ain't like it gets viewed around, well, let somebody there get it and send it to another phone and save it or what have you. Then outside of China, you get to see it. Anyway, they were asking them, why is this beating on these little black dolls, these stretchable dolls, so exciting to you all? And why don't you make them white? And somebody in China responded and said, because the white dolls just look more humane. It would be inhumane to do this to a white doll, but it's more acceptable to these black doll babies. And then it triggered a whole reaction where now they're making the dolls bigger, more lifelike, so that the Chinese that's going into Africa, seeing the little babies, they doing the same thing to actual living black babies, wanting to abuse you. And your dumbass African leaders keep standing there welcoming all the nations that hate you. I don't understand it. Yahweh commands that you have love, but you can't love something that hates Yahweh. You can't do it. If you don't even know how to conduct yourself, you stay clear of it. You understand what I'm saying? Say, well, I can't form an opinion one way or other, but then you at least steer clear of it. Because sometimes trying to love that which hates Yahweh gets you in trouble. And that's black people's fundamental problem. You love everybody but each other. Always trying to love all the nations, trying to respect everybody, trying to do this, that, and the other, all the time. I was on a job site, sitting on the tailgate in my truck, little white boy spazzing out, going off on all the black people. That's how they do. They flip out and they think 10, 20 of us standing around, everybody supposed to be scared. So the big bad white man, brothers out there with the grill, he's talking about, I'll kick the grill over, I'll do this, do that. Brother had nice beef burgers on there, right? I said, well, I tell you what, one of them burgers on that grill belong to me. I'm sitting here patiently waiting for it. Kick it over while it's my burger on the grill. See what I do. He said, what are you saying, Dave? I said what I said. Kick it over while my burger on the grill. See what I do. See who get their burger kicked. Suddenly, he just calmed down. Nah, do your thing. See, all of us ain't built to take that stuff off of you. You know, Yisrael makes me so sick when they can't see them war stories when David went out. David was the type of king, he went out with his soldiers when they went to war. Where'd Trump go? Y'all see that? Y'all see that video with Donald Trump breaking wind? Get out the car.
You see the one him going to sleep? A couple times.
The sleep ain't nothing. The sleep ain't the one I'm dealing with right now. Here's the one we need to be dealing with. You get out the limousine to go stand behind a pillar so you can break wind. 8 times. The Marine Corps is trained to stand there and guard and not break ranks. This was so disgusting, even the young Marines. That's all he kept doing. And the camera was filming it all. And was picking up all the sounds. Picking it up. Am I lying? You say you saw it, right? See, none of them any better than the other, but come on, let's be real. When do you all ever see any film footage of Jimmy Carter doing some stuff like that?
They say he wear Pampers.
Yeah, that's what they say. Well, it depends. Well, I guess it depends, you know. But anyway. But here's my point. Because Yisrael does not see the physical and spiritual diminishing of the nations. See, you didn't care. Eisenhower gave that last speech about the military-industrial complex where he warned America, look, I got to leave office, but there's a generation coming in behind me, military generals and high-ranking elected officials, and they have a military-industrial complex. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. They're going to tear the country down. Remember that? That was Eisenhower's farewell speech. And after him, all the generations and everything changed. See, don't think, y'all, that because you got a generation of young men that don't do things the way Brother Johnny's generation or his father's generation did it. Being in his age group, he can look at us as a nation and say, yeah, I've seen the deterioration of young people come down now to nothing. Am I correct? Yes, but we don't train ourselves to see the same thing with white people. Like Hegseth as a gangster, Secretary of Defense, or now Secretary of War. We don't see the diminishing of it because we've been so brainwashed that we don't see these people transgress the law of Yahweh, as well as the worst of them, now in charge of the planet. This is why when the beast puts that system in place, and in that last 3.5 years, when Yahweh's word says he's going to have an episode, he'll have a mental breakdown, a mental health crisis, he'll flip out. He'll be so overwhelmed, so inundated with so much, he'll just snap off. It will be the devil. Remember, the scripture says, woe unto you, inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil has come down unto you, having great wrath, for he knows that he hath but a short time. So in the end, he flip out, I'll kill everybody. I'll do all of this stuff. See, Yahweh's people have not been trained to see the devil. You got whole universities that teach global destruction. Arthur Schopenhauer said in order for the world to have peace, it would be better to blow it all up. Now, let me see if I got this straight. Would you be happy with your child coming home? Mom, I got a scholarship. I got a full scholarship. I'm going to the Schopenhauer University. Now let's be real, right? Most of us don't know Schopenhauer, no way, right? You just happy because your child got a scholarship. Sort of like the families that's happy that their child got a Rhodes scholarship. Remember that? Like Westmore. Maryland's governor is a black Rhodes scholar. What'd that mean? See, I posted something on social media earlier in the week. It was funny to me. I don't care if people didn't laugh. And I posted something earlier in the week I thought was funny. One morning I was going to work, and there was these two raccoons that came out of the woods. And they was following each other. One was leading, the other was following right behind. So I shot a picture of it. I was like, wow, look at them. They're huge. Two big raccoons. Then there was this skit on social media of a preacher and his lover arguing in the church. But they was in the same exact position that the two raccoons was in. So when I shot the picture and put it up as a reel, I was making a joke. And when the people did catch it, by then the 24 hours was up and they took the damn thing down. My point was, look at these two raccoons right here, and look at these two coons right here. She in church with a tight skirt, mini skirt. You got to see it to understand what I was trying to convey. My point here is we haven't been trained to see stuff for what it actually is because they just told us, shut up and go along with us. We're white. We're always right. I'm at that point in my life now where I don't even trust the white folks in the sacred name. And I warn the people of Yahweh, y'all better stay away from them. If they're white and they're calling on the name of Yahweh, blessed be the name of Yahweh. Let them worship over there where they are, because I have noticed over the years, wherever they are in control and in charge of you, something's going to shortchange somebody, and it ain't you shortchanging them. Minister Thomas told us about his experience, didn't he? Kept his ID for over 8 hours, went on back in there, kept Feast Tabernacles, everything, made him stay outside the gate all day. I'm just coming to your temple to worship. Who are you that you got to get my ID issued by the DMV, and I got to hand it over to you. Who are you? Please. Dude, when we went down to, I forget the hotel coming in off of 295. When you coming in, just before you hit the Horseshoe Casino, there's a hotel to your right. It used to be a Holiday Inn. Some of y'all would come down from Bethel, used to hold Bible study there. Years ago, this was with Mother Virginia Johnson in Burris, Elder Myers. I was a young child. She said, Elder Myers, what color were them people in the Bible? What color? Well, they were red. No, they weren't. They were black. No, tell them, Elder John, they were black. One day, Elder John, yeah, they were black. I was a child. I was like, yeah. Anyway, that stopped all questions and answers. From that point on, they start passing out a little place card. Write down your question. And they'll collect the question, and they selectively ask what they wanted. No more standing up asking the question, because she put him on the spot, and he couldn't tell the whole truth. So these types of things happen. I went there a few years ago. My sisters insisted that we all go. I didn't want to go, but I yielded. I went. I've learned over the years, never go someplace when your best interest and spirit keep leading you, don't do it, then follow that first instinct. Anyway, I went, and the big redhead dude got mad because he saw my Bible. My Bible was a Schofield at the time, Lord God, Jesus, and whatever. But I liked the fact that it had footnotes and references. I study. I don't need you overseeing me, telling me how to read Yahweh's word and how to receive stuff. I don't need you doing that to us. So he came, and he was a big dude. He was up. I was a lot smaller than him, and I ain't give a flying squirrel. I'm thinking to myself, buddy boy, whatever you passing out, you better go ahead and keep passing it out before you get folded up like a piece of luggage at BWI. Because it angered me when he saw my book, because I didn't have their book. Now, we have their book. We will send them out to people free of charge. But it's not white folks' job to oversee your salvation. Right. Okay? If I'm called to your house as an electrician and I'm blind, how am I going to hook up your junction boxes? And in the event I do get it right, wouldn't you be a little nervous later on that night when you go to sleep? You're like, that man blind. And he hooked up the lights. And you go in the room now, flip the light switch on, but the refrigerator open. And the lights don't come on. So then you get the remote and go to turn the TV on. But that put the lights out. Now, clearly something wrong. So how can those that Yahweh never called, they were never called by his name, they're going to tell you all about Yahweh? I take the word of one comedian over all them black preachers in America today. Mike Epps, in one of his little stand-up routines, told them white folks how grandma been praying for 102 years. Moaning and groaning. Grandma been praying, and you stayed out of jail. Your rent got paid. Your belly was tight. This, that, and that. Because she was moaning and groaning, and she was praying. White folk, y'all don't know him. That's what he said. Y'all don't know him. You come out want to tell us about Jesus. He said, but y'all don't know him. And I was like, I like the way he slid that in. So sincere. Because they don't know Yahweh. And I'm not going to sit up and let somebody get philosophical with me in the word of Yahweh when your body won't even allow you to be conducive to receiving the Ruach HaKodesh. Say that real slow. Your body ain't even conducive to receiving it. And unless y'all would get a hold of them and change them, they lie about nature, lie about everything. I don't care what it is. Every damn thing is a lie. You all underestimated John 8:44 when Yahshua said, for he is a liar and the father of it. He said, when he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. He reversed everything all the time. And Yahweh's people don't know that we need prayer for protection against things like that. Yes, sir. What about it? You cold? Brother need the air turned off. I'm surprised it ain't me. Usually I'd be a bit, but cold. Can I let you in on a little secret though? I know this assembly well enough. You ever notice I don't come in here with no short sleeves on? Pardon me. But just little help. Just a little hint. Let you know. Now, I'll give you another clue, right? Brother Harold, is it cold back there where you at? Bingo. See, you got straight sunlight on the window. That's why sometimes we here, y'all notice you see me run up front real quick. I run up front and get some heat. Come on back. But okay, I'm just messing with you, bro. Psalm 27, a prayer of praise. You ever had Yahweh do something for you in such a way where you just want to praise him? Remember, they ain't in the name of Yahweh, but remember the sister sang that song, take the shackles off my feet so I can dance. I just want to praise him. Well, this is that type of song. You understand? See, everybody now ain't always wrong, because sometimes a lot of people around the world are trusting in the word of Yahweh, though they don't know him. See, sometimes a person's heart and mind can be so right with him, but just that one element, they have not been properly introduced to him. Their salvation now is between them and Yahweh. It could really be helped when some of us step up to. I received the card. I told y'all for you, dear sister, but it's not necessary. I received the card in the mail, and the card just says, "Wow, thank you." And it talked about the way the word is delivered and how we teach it in such a way where it has been a tremendous help to a lot of people. And that's all we want to really do. Just be a tremendous help. We're not overseers of your faith. We're not the dominant or anything of that nature. We're really servants in Yahweh. Just that, just servants to help in the furtherance of your studies and your upcoming, your incline in Yahweh, if that makes sense. That's the most preachers today, and we're going to get this straight right now and bring them W-2s and all this. Why would an assembly of Yahweh need your W-2? You can't be trusted to give according to Yahweh. Clear this up real quick. The law became a commandment of the tithe because our forefather told Yahweh, of all you give unto me, I'll give you a tenth. Yahweh allowed that to now go forth as a standard for the nation. Yahweh didn't set that 10%. Our father set that. Yahweh just agreed to it, right? Then there's the free will offering, and then somebody's poor. He broke that thing down so much so that if you can't get that, here, even a turtle dove, even a pigeon, something so small. If this how you know Yisrael don't know Yahweh. All the stuff that you can eat, all the animals and things that Yahweh bless you that you are supposed to eat and or can eat, they're all gentle. And they dwell among you. They'll come up to you. They are able so you can get them, right? Now, can you eat a copperhead? And he proved to you that he's going to be a little difficult. Now, don't he? Right? Can you eat a tiger? And he'll prove to you that he make it a little difficult, right? Yeah, he'll eat you, right? He'll eat you and then sit back and tell you, tastes great. You're great, or whatever. But didn't mean that like that, but yet it came out. What an irony. Anyway, Yahweh's people have to know how he loved them so much so Yahweh made all these provisions for Israel, and we still throw it right back in his face. We don't pay attention. So then them hustlers today, they round, make people come in line up, bring their W-2, and those of you that didn't, I'll deal with you after. I see the little video clip. I said, these poor little fellas, man, these people, if I can find it, L. Johnson mentioned something about the preachers in there that shouldn't even be preaching and the things that they did. I'll get it later. But nevertheless, Yahweh's people, they don't know how to take a sure enough, strong, righteous stance in Yahweh. This prayer, listen to this. Yahweh is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Even Biggie Smalls said that one. Yahweh is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? See, that's why I talk the way I talk to them. I don't care about how they feel. Get mad. When the wicked, even mine enemies and my foes came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this I will be confident. One thing have I desired of Yahweh, that will I seek after. Notice, he said he desires something of Yahweh, but he also said, I'm going to seek it. I'm going after it. Right? He ain't laid back, I want to be saved, but I ain't keeping no command. I ain't going to no temple. I ain't going to pray. I ain't prayed. It's coming to me. Really? Didn't he say, that will I seek after? That I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of Yahweh and to inquire in his temple, right? For in the time of trouble, he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. What rock you think that is? And now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, I will sing praises unto Yahweh. See how this is a prayer of praise? Israel just got to learn what's written down and what their forefathers said. Need a little help? Okay. Psalm 28. Unto thee will I cry, O Yahweh, my rock. Be not silent to me, lest if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. In other words, don't let me just die and go in the grave for no reason. Hear me if you please. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee. A lot of times we don't cry unto Yahweh until something bad happens. Am I lying? A lot of times we are not going to cry till something bad happens. That's how people do. Pray for me. Pray for cousin Juju Bean. Pray for cousin Hula Hoop. Or cousin Fruit Loop. Everybody got a cousin Fruit Loop. Tell the truth. Nutty as a Fruit Loop. Nutty as a Snicker bar. And y'all think he gonna be saved. Crazy is all outdoors. Don't like you and don't like Yahweh. See, y'all got to know when Yahweh closed the mercy door. See, praying for a relative like that is best left, Yahweh, you know more about it than I'm capable of asking. But all this asking special blessings for them, are they really worthy of that blessing? That's all you can do. Ask them. Ask Yisrael sometime, are you worthy of that? I remember when Elder Johnson was passing away, right? We were in a moment, man. This was a moment where we realized this is a little rough on him. No, pardon me. He had passed. It was the week of it. He had already passed. And an elder mother called. Love her dearly. But she was out of order on this. And yet I'll still forgive it because sometimes we're in our own moment and we forget others. Here we were grieving 1-2 days in, grieving the loss of Elder Johnson. She going to closing on her house. Pray for me. Pray that I get my house. Pray that I get this. Pray that. Well, okay, right now ain't a time for us to be seeking great, grand blessings for you when we really trying to get our footing together in the midst of a hurricane. Whereas we need your prayer that Yahweh grant us the stability of heart to at least be able to focus. And that's it. That's Yisrael. We are quite selfish to one another. And that's how sometimes Yahweh got to knock you down. I'm talking for myself now. Sickness, illness, colds, and different things to get you to rest because you're so busy in motion for everybody else. And yeah, sometimes you will forget yourself. And even then, Yahweh's got you. He's got your blessings or whatever you stand in need of. But because scripture does say things that are reminders, humble reminders like, look not every man on the things of himself, but look every man on the things of his neighbor. If you've ever been in a predicament where you're so busy trying to help different people do stuff, and I don't mean just, I ain't got nothing to do. Let me get out here and donate some time. I ain't talking about that phony stuff the world do. I'm talking about somebody where you just happen to be that action figure, right? Where you always moving and you doing things, and sometimes you don't have time to stop and do a thing for yourself. Well, that's where all of you come in. Because if you doing something for that brother, and that brother end up doing something for that brother, and that brother doing something for that mother, and that mother doing something for that sister, and that sister did something for that brother, and then after a while, you all are so busy doing things, covering each other, yours come around, you don't even know somebody laid it at your doorstep till you look up and go, where this come from? Yahweh said, have fervent love among yourselves, for love shall cover a multitude of sins. You hear me? And Yisrael don't know how to get it. They don't know how to go about the process of getting the blessing. Check this out. You ever been asleep at night and it get cold, temperature drop? You find that cover, don't you? You don't even wake up. You be asleep, but you find it and pull it up, don't you? Now, how you do that and you ain't even wake up? After a while, you up under it, you warm up, you going back to sleep, right? Then you get hot. This way it get tricky. Because you don't throw the cover off completely a lot of times. What you do? That 1 foot. Now this way it get funny. Because the white community, see, we be having secrets among ourselves that they don't even like us to know. We know the secret, okay? See, most of your heat escapes from 3 parts of your body. The head, the hands, and the feet. So now your head already out. Your hands under the cover with you. Your feet under the cover with you. So 2/3 is covered up. That's why you're hot. You got enough sense to know, put that foot out there. And it start regulating that body temperature. Now, their science says that doesn't even work. That's foolishness. We don't give a damn what y'all think. We know stuff you don't know. Then you turn right around with your, can I say this? You turn right around with your evil ass, and you got enough sense to know in working for the devil, if I put a battery in everybody, a battery that lasts off of heat that get generated in the human body, I got to put that battery in one of 2 places, in the forehead or in the hand. Why not the foot? Ain't nobody, look, be honest. You a cashier. Somebody coming there to pay for their food. They got their microchip in their foot. But if you don't get that stinking thing off my counter, right or wrong? With that hand, you bloop, or you take that scanner, bloop, you get it? So now they tell us the foot don't work. Yet we know it does. See how somebody always try to discount your knowledge, but yet wants you to accept their knowledge, which is knowledge stolen from your knowledge, given to you by Yahweh? Prayer for help, because that's what's coming up against you. Psalm 28, you need that prayer for help. And if by chance you ever get that help, be quiet, because you need to hear what Yahweh has to say to you in the event he does respond to you in a manner that requires him to speak to your mind. You got ministers in Yahweh that tell you, he don't talk to nobody today. He don't talk to anybody today. If you hear his voice today, you'll die. That's what a brother told me. If you hear his voice today, you'll die. Yisrael heard his voice and didn't die. They were afraid. They said, let us not hear the voice of Yahweh, lest we die. They thought they were going to die. Why would Yahweh speak to you? You get afraid and you die. He wouldn't have spoke to you. He had the power to just kill you if he chose to do it. He spoke to let you know, I am Yahweh. And he reminded you, you saw no manner of similitude. Maybe it was the ministers out there hooking up speakers, Sony, and running around the back of the clouds and all this stuff, right? You heard none of that. But you know he spoke. And it was proof that it was Yahweh. Only people don't believe it is the devil's children. They don't believe it, but yet they do believe it, if that makes any sense. See, that's why we can't get caught listening to them. They're going to tell us about Yahweh. How you going to tell us about Yahweh? If those were white folks, like Cecil B. DeMille want us to believe they are, let's be real. If those were white folks and Yahweh came that close, they'd have been trying to climb all up on the mountain, all on each other's shoulders. It would have been a mountain slide, landslide, because they'd have been coming up the backside trying to see. Come on, man. See, white people sometimes need to just shut the hell up. You know, a lot of times they don't even know how dumb they are. I'm serious. Engage them sometimes. See how stupid they are. And get offended when you say this. Y'all say about us, you say we need special education. Special ed. By people that's supposed to be smarter than us. So here's what they do for you. Now check this out. Tell me if I'm wrong. The children that they say are special needs and need special education, they build these special units away from the rest of the children in the school, right? They put you in these little boxes, these little metal buildings, and check out what happens to your children. In the summertime, the damn thing heats up and cook you like a piece of bacon. And in the wintertime, it frees you to damn death. But you need special education. How does that work? So now, who's the Einstein that thought this up? I'm going to put you in a building in the summertime that's going to bake you. You idiot. Then I'm going to put you in a building in the wintertime that's going to freeze you. You idiot. But you need special education. Right. Hey, in fact, let's be real. Let's be real. Aren't the cafeterias in the jail similar to the cafeterias in high school? Isn't the lunch system similar to the lunch system in high school? Don't they ring bells in the jail when it's time to go back in? Don't they ring them in high school? Sound like you conditioned all along. Come straight up. No wonder everybody, how many had a good first day experience in first day of school? Or was it traumatic for you? Your first day of school was traumatic. Okay, I just thought it was me. See, this is why mine was traumatic. My mother went in there. Yeah, hung over there, talked to the teacher, act all nice to you a little bit. Go play with them little blocks. Go over there and meet that little boy. You go right over there in your back, then you look about. No, mama. And then later that day, mama say, how was school, baby? You know how it was. You left me. Right? And somehow, mama convinced you this is good for you. And you're going back tomorrow. Am I lying? They teach you wise, you know. Remember you if you was a good student, what they let you do? Yeah, if you could break them on the line without, you was genius, you was the good kid, like Pat. You can break them on the line. Y'all know I was retarded. People get crumbs. They get this one, that one a little moist. You know, give me that back. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I ain't messing with y'all. So, you pray, you ask for help. Listen to this. The voice of Yahweh. This is a prayer when you need to hear Yahweh speak to you. When only Yahweh's help will help you. You ever been like that? Where only Yahweh can heal you in this? Only Yahweh's help? He could be the best preacher in the world. He show up, got his oil, got his cloth, he got everything. I'm Shalom. I'm here to pray for you. Nah, bro, no. Yahweh came in my room last night, lit the whole room. You ever had stuff like that? I was down shock trauma years ago, and I know people didn't believe me, so I stopped talking. I was asleep, and they come in every hour, and I got to take your blood. So I was like, why you got to take my blood every hour? It's the same blood. See, they vampiric, they stealing from me. But ain't another story. That's another story. Anyway. So I woke up. And as I woke up, or I thought I woke up, it was this bright light right here. But it was this black brother. Black brother. Head wrapped up. In white. But even his face was glowing. But there was another one at the foot of the bed. And another one at the other side. And I was scared. But I wouldn't roll over to see if it was one over here. But I saw enough to know, hey, wait a minute. Y'all got angels around my bed. And then I was able to relax a little bit. So when I mentioned that to the nurse, she was like, what happened? But it was the way she said it, and I realized, shut up. My father came in there to see me, and I said, Daddy. Yeah. I seen some angels all around my bed. He said, yeah, we prayed. Y'all would put healing angels all around you. Protect you. And I was like, you know how your child, you pull them covers up, right? I laid back, and I started realizing Yahweh's real. See, Yisrael gets scared of stuff like that. You know, this is where we are in the world today. You know, as a child, them nightmares in the room, you know, how is it that the covers become super strong, impermeable steel? When you had a nightmare, you pull them covers up, nothing can get to you, right? That's Israel today. You know that, right? That's why we ain't functioning the way we should function. Look, how are we going to get in the promised land if we ain't walking there? Right? Did Yahweh make Israel levitate and they just popped up in the land? Beam me up, Scotty. Foof. I was in Egypt 30 seconds ago. Now I'm here in the promised land. How did that happen? Didn't work that way. Didn't you have to walk into the land? So what we doing in America today? See, Israel waking up, and a lot of people are waking up, praise Yahweh. Only one problem. The people waking up, they ain't never heard him. They ain't know his voice. They're waking up to the fact of who they are. But have they waking up to the fact of who he is? See, this is why we're waking up now, and we got, with the wake up, folks, is the newest terminology in the history of the world. Yahuwah. Yahuwah, Yahweh. How is it the folks that woke up in the 40s didn't wake up to that? The folks that woke up in the 60s, how is it they didn't wake up to that? Now, I dare somebody say, well, they just didn't know it. Okay, is the knowledge of Yahweh dead that he could not wake them up to? See, where are your healing ministers today? I had a dear sister years ago. She told something. This wasn't getting fresh thing. This was what Yahweh told me to do. She was sick. And her family called for us. Mr. Johnson witnesses, they called for us. Went to the hospital. She was slightly comatose. And I leaned over and I said, at the appointed time, Yahweh will wake you up. When Yahweh wake you up, don't forget what he did for you. And I got up over her, anointed her like they asked, and prayed. Later at a community meeting, she said to me, I had a dream that you came to see me, and you whispered Yahweh's blessing in my ear. And when I woke up, you were gone. And I said, it wasn't a dream. That's literally what happened. Now, we ain't beefing. We ain't warring, none of that. But in a city like this, people like that, they don't talk to you. Once they get their little blessings or whatever it is from Yahweh, people get whatever they get from the messengers and they go on. They move on. That's that. They'll go over there with this one or that one or this one, that, and they'll talk bad about you. They'll do that. I've seen them do it to Elder Johnson. I've seen them do it to a couple other elders. And I've seen them, more importantly, I've read it in the scriptures. That's what Yisrael does to the messengers of Yahweh. See, you know you're a terrible people when you frustrate a man of Yahweh to the point where he gets tired of talking to you and decide, I'll come out and talk with you once a week. You get so bad, he said, I'll come out and deal with you once a month. You get so bad, he come out and deal with you once a year and then tell you, Yahweh's coming to get me. And now everybody knows it. You know Yahweh with him. You know he different. You know you can't control him, but you want to see what happens. And you bring down the wrath of Yahweh on you just by signifying. The man told all of Yisrael, go back. Lest some great thing happen to you. And as it happened, the mountains fell. When the chariot came to pick Enoch up, they called centrifugal force and science. It pulled the rocks and the mountains down. and it destroyed everybody. And the story says, and they made search of the town, for they knew all the people that left to go see. And everyone was found, but Enoch was not found, for Yahweh took him. But Yisrael wants to see something. I want to see for myself. I want to see for myself. You know what I want to see for myself? Yahweh's face in peace. And we have to walk for that. And we have to work for that, as opposed to just isolating one another. Because one thing about an isolated, gifted Yisraelite, for them, that's the hardest job in the world, being isolated. Because if we ain't got you all, who we got? Think, who Israel going? What I'm gonna do? Go downtown, hang downtown, Greek town? Yeah, I've been trying to teach the word of Yahweh. Israel won't receive it. So here I am, Gentile. Here I am, Greeks. I'm bringing it to you. Yahweh still brought Yisrael the word even through trials and tribulations, because he knew the first generation of Gentiles would receive it. Second generation said, this is what we got from our fathers. Third generation said, yeah, our fathers were great men. They knew the Most High personally. And next thing you know, they started colonizing the word in such a way where they wrote you out the picture. So now all nations believe that they have the right to piss on Yahweh's people, because all the nations think he's dealing with them. Funniest thing I ever seen in my life as far as the nations and the world was a Korean grocer reading the New Testament. That's no joke. A Korean lady was reading. How I know it was the New Testament, being though it was written in Korean? Because it was in red. The words were in red. And I said to myself, damn, she reading the words of Yahshua. Then, you know, I'm like an old person. You know it. When it comes up, it's coming out. We know Yahshua ain't had no slander. You can get mad at me all you want, okay? Get mad at me all you want. Wait. Shalom, Mata. What can I do for you today, Mata? Go and tell the apostle to meet me. We know better. Now, look, they can get me back if they want. All right, I can take a punch. To get in the fight, you got to take a punch to give a punch, right? All right, so y'all can get me back. Go and make a big lip joke or whatever y'all want to do. You know, go on. I don't care. Go on, make big lip jokes. I'll wait. Mail it to me. Let me know. I love a good laugh. So, you know, send it to me. But if you notice, all the nations want salvation to come, but only through them. But yet they're not willing to put in the work. Everybody got the scriptures. The whole world got it. Be honest, whole world got it. Even the gays. How you? I ain't even gonna try to clean this up. How you gonna be a dyke? Stand up in the pulpit with the word of Yah. What exactly you gonna preach as a dyke? So you're a woman. You think you're a man. You lay with another woman, but you play the man role, and you going, blessed are they, excuse me, that do his commandments, that they may have a right to the tree of life. And you going to make it in. And sit down beside Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, dyking. Tell me your mind ain't gone. Mine gone. So now you're a racist. You hate Yisrael. Your fathers lynched them, murdered them, drug them behind old raggedy Chevys till all their bones and their meat and things were gone, skin burned up, and you still think you did right and won't acknowledge that you've done wrong to these people and that you are the children of people that did this and that no evil should happen to you. But you should be saved in the kingdom, and we're supposed to forget about it and keep laughing. Y'all, I'm so glad Yahweh's not that unjust. See, there's no mind in all the universe like the mind of white people. And this has to be preached and pointed out to Yahweh's people in order for them to get a peaceful point of worship. Because see, even here, we done had them here worship. There's hardly no occasion why they should pop up among you, right? Remember we had them coming here? I think the funniest moment was one, he had dentures. And he kept clicking his dentures. And there was a certain person up here preaching And it wasn't me. But there's a certain person preaching. He's like, hey, could you stop that? That's real annoying. And I was like, whoo, fire and brimstone. So the person would show up early. Their rules, the doors open at 10:30. We get in here, we like to make prayer, do all the things Scripture says do before everybody arrives. This person got to be here before we get here and thought they supposed to come in when we come in. So a couple times in courtesy, we let them in. Till one day I'm back here at my desk and I feel this strange presence just standing over me. I'm like, can I help you? No, he just walking all through the place, looking around like he home. There's a rule to the entry point of the door, because of the speaker system, the congregation don't come this way. But those that are on the front row that go through the serving, well, they come through it. But the general congregation, we don't in and out of this doorway because of tripping hazard, right? Walking all around, looking at everything, all in the different places. And I was like, oh, no, not today. This ends today. I got up from that desk. Can I help you? Oh, no, just looking around. I said, well, come here. Let me show you where to look. I brought him right to this door and sat him right there. You sit there until the service starts. See, Yahweh's messengers have to exercise authority in Yahweh's house. You don't walk all in here, walk all around. I can come to any one of you all's houses. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to step in. I'm going to thank you for letting me in. And I will not have a seat until you say, El Johnson, have a seat. And if you say have a seat and make yourself at home, saying make yourself at home without disrespecting you means nothing to me because I'm not going to make myself at home. I don't even put my feet up on my own tables in the house. I sit in the lowest seat in the house. Am I lying? I sit on the floor because before we signed any paperwork, went and sell the house, that was the first seat I did. I sat in the middle of the floor in the living room. There was nothing there. I sat down. And I thank y'all to be able to buy the little box. It's like, okay. And I love that. The lowest seat in the house, I'll sit on that floor. If I come to your house, you ain't going to catch me walking all around in your house. I'll be right back. Let me run upstairs. And you come back downstairs. Now I'm all over here. Looking all at your pictures. Moving stuff around. You don't touch stuff. Some people in their own home are comfortable. They lay their keys down, their wallet, in their living room or wherever they put it. That's their home. If they're comfortable in their home, why should my presence suddenly make you uncomfortable? If you thought enough for me to invite me in, I have to have enough decency to remain humble. But to do that in Yahweh's house, I was like, oh, hell no. Let me let this Gentile know right now, we don't play these rules. We don't play like that. And there's something else we do here. Gentiles will know it, and you'll feel it. And sometimes you need to feel what others have felt. See, we've been put on the back of the bus. They ain't want to be bothered. Get back there where I can watch you, where I can see you. Here, we discriminate. We're putting you on the front row. Why? Because you need to be watched. We ain't putting you back there. You come here and visit us, we'll welcome you to the house of Yahweh. But we're putting you up front because the one laying down the word of Yahweh and preaching it, he need to be able to see you. He need to be able to feel your spirit. And in the event you get out of hand and try to pull a Malcolm and get your hand out of my pocket, might have a nice little surprise for you. That's all I'm going to say. You got to learn how to protect the house of Yahweh. See, you need a Peter. See, Yisrael's scared to have Peters among them. You need a Peter. Peter was definitely, now for the wicked mind, that ain't what we saying. You know, some people make everything, you got to clarify everything, right? Peter was a swordsman. That's what I mean. You need a swordsman. Somebody that ain't playing. You need that. Well, bring them down front where they can see and hear the word. Some people just bold, go everywhere. Everybody, to them people, everything is an episode of Star Trek. We will boldly go where no man has gone before. Okay, good. See, if y'all ever hear me, that's them, y'all. Y'all know I ain't lying. Am I lying? That's everywhere they go, they got to boldly go. Look, let me tell you something. I was invited to preach one time, and they told me, right? They said, look, when you get here, I want you to be cool, because there's going to be people from different nationalities here. They know how I preach the word. I go in on all the nations, because the nations go in on Yisrael. So they want me to kind of like tone it down or taper it down. So, all right, I came in. I tapered it down for the first 5 minutes like a house cat. But by 10 minutes in, you know me, I was like a lion in the woods. But it was the white people. And their response, they was like, I'm glad I came. Hallelujah. I've never heard the word preached like that. Ain't that what happened? One man hugged me, picked me up off the floor. I was thinking to myself, put me down. Like I'm a little Cupid doll or something. But he was just happy to have the word. And I'm thinking, tone it down, huh? See, you got to preach that devil out of some of them folks. That spirit got to be preached out of people. The ability to dominate and subjugate has to be preached out of people. Yisrael is afraid to say, we're taking charge here. When we were children, we break the commandments of Yahweh in a sense of not understanding. We understood. Let me just tell you, we understood. Our bicycles could get messed up. You go out Druid Hill Park, on one side, there was Park Pool. You go around that curve and go to the other side. When you come out, using Whitesville. Damn. Wait a minute. They leave bicycles and everything out on the lawn? Really? Get that one. No, I don't get. I want that one. You go get that one. So whenever we needed spare bicycle parts, we went to Whitesville. So El John didn't play that, by the way. El Johnson, my father had a beautiful way of keeping Yahweh's commandment, because he knew every toy he bought you. So you ain't coming in the house with nothing new, something different. Where you get that? Got it from Victor. Take it back. But he loaned it to me, said I got take it back. So stolen bikes and stuff like that, he didn't play that. But anyway, that's how we got spare bike parts and stuff. We did to the heathens what the heathens did to us hundreds of years in the past. Anyway, it was wrong. But I want y'all to know something. To righten the wrongs of the past, like Yahweh's word says in Ezekiel, that day and time is coming where they shall rob those who have robbed them, and they shall spoil those who have spoiled them. Have y'all paid attention to how our children just go on these jewelry rampages and go hit these stores in drove? How you get 100 black children to get together and let's go hit the mall? They do it in California. They do it in Alabama. They do it in New York. They do it in Towson. They just say, we going out, take some stuff. Marauders. Where they learn it? Now white folks mad. Coming in here, taking our stuff. No, actually, they're taking their stuff back. White folks getting mad. So the other little nations, you ain't sticking my stuff. I'll shoot you even if it's a $2 bottle of water. I'll kill you. But they always get the wrong one. We have to have a way where our prayer circle is so wide, we're starting to cover one another nationwide as we teach each other. We don't have to steal and rob and take nothing from nobody, because Yahweh going to make them provisions. See, the scripture says that you should rob those who robbed you and spoil those who have spoiled you. And you're going to take those things back from them, because that's how it was done. You have to get your stuff back. But see, they don't believe in that. They believe that everything is theirs. White folks' biggest nightmare is a big black man or big black woman with coins and bunions on their feet. Why? That ain't why. Why? Israel is. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. You mean I's got to kiss Miss Ethel's foots? With them cones and them bunions? Yes, sir. You thought nothing of her. But I blessed those people, and I said that everywhere where they set the soles of their feet shall be theirs. You came and stole it. Now get down there and get the kissing. Y'all think this is a game? Y'all think this is playtime? Question. How did the European get to a point where you convinced the whole world to submit to you, even in all your violence? How did it become a standard spiritual condition where you can't overcome them? And more importantly, how will it become a standard global spiritual condition that they get taken into captivity and reap what they? How is this going to happen? Y'all ain't thought it through that far, have you? These are physical things that have to take place. The Palestinians showed you all something when they was taking them, holding them hostage, and keeping them captive. And then they knew what it was like to be hungry. They let him out after all the wars and the battle. They kidnapped him. He was 260 pounds. He get free later on in a deal. They let him out. He 105. My experiences was just so horrifying. I changed the damn channel. I don't care. You did it to everybody on the planet. Now I'm supposed to have mercy. See, if you have mercy too long, you get suckered in. You get suckered in, then after a while, guess who the slave? You be sitting back going, damn, I seen this on the news, but I ain't never think they do this to me. Oh, don't worry about it. You love them. The time for it is over. Why you think Yahshua didn't respond to them? Yahshua said, my kingdom is not of this world, for then would my servants fight. Note the careful use of the word then. Y'all notice the latest dialogue on the international scale? They talking about other worlds, other kingdoms, other forces. Why is the white man always so threatened by other things? And whatever other things are that's coming their way, why are they always so preoccupied with making sure you know it's your enemy too? Oh, now, how's it got to be my enemy? The way you treated me. Surely if something's coming to kick your ass, it might be a blessing for me. Maybe I need to sit back and see what they do. Right? And as they come, hey, psst, he just ran down there. He's hiding under that car right there. Get him. See, y'all ain't paying it attention on a global scale. The funniest thing about it is reading it in their newspapers and watching as Europeans are talking to each other. Put a fence up. Fence up. Board up your whole country. Do this, do that. Lock it in. Do this, do that. Y'all ain't paying attention. They scared to death on every scale. You got every bomb that there is. You got every weapon that there is. You don't want nobody had nothing. They don't even want your children to play with a slingshot. You mind too much of David and Goliath. Come on, man. We're not paying attention. How will all of this ever get taken back if Yahweh don't engineer it and start reverse engineering everything that's been done to you? A lot of times we scared to even think about it. He always preaching about them white people. Well, them white people are always doing stuff that you ain't paying attention to. Who you work for? Who you buy your house from? Where you get your water from? Where you get your electricity from? Where you get your troubles from? Who your doctor? Who you love? I waited too long. If I'd have slid that in when I first was going, I would have got y'all. I waited too long, boy. I paused just a little too long. Then Mom, I paused just a little bit too long. I should have kept on going. Anyway, the voice of Yahweh. Listen to this. Give unto Yahweh, O ye mighty. Give unto Yahweh glory and strength. Hallelujah on that. Give unto Yahweh the glory due unto his name. Worship Yahweh in the beauty of holiness. Listen to this. The voice of Yahweh is upon the waters. The voice of Yahweh is powerful. The voice of Yahweh is full of majesty. The voice of Yahweh breaketh the cedars. The voice of Yahweh divideth the flames of fire. The voice of Yahweh shaketh the wilderness. The voice of Yahweh maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forest and its temple. Doth everyone speak of his glory. Now, watch this real quick. I'm going to say this and move on. Remember in Revelations, when that angel had them 7 thunders, and I was getting ready to write down what the 7 thunders said, and he said, don't write that down. You got me? All right. Let's move on. Yahweh's people got to know. They got to know what he did. Look, doesn't the word of Yahweh says the secret of Yahweh is with those who fear him. The secret of him is with those that revere him. He ain't hiding nothing from you. No good thing will he withhold from them who love and obey him. That's why he told y'all, don't write that down. It's already been wrote. Don't do that. Don't write it down. Because when Yahweh speaks, he going to break the cedar. A cedar tree ain't no weak tree. But something in the earth is strong, equivalent of a cedar. That's why it says the voice of Yahweh breaketh the cedars. Let me back up. I said I would get away from it. Let me back up. It said the voice of Yahweh shaketh the wilderness. What is the wilderness if it ain't the whole world? You get it? When Yahweh speaks, this thing going to fall in line like he said it would. The voice of Yahweh is powerful, full of majesty. He speak in such a way, we'll get your attention. You ain't hear no, who, give me a name. Who? I want a white man. Give me a white man. Oh, what you won't do? Nah. Give me a newsman. Help me real quick, y'all. Dan Rather. Hi, this is Dan Rather coming to you as the voice of Yahweh. Hey, when he sound right, then do it. Who else we got? I'm Tom Brokaw. I'm here to represent Yahweh. Hey, when he sound right, then do it. They say the voice of Yahweh is like voice of many thunders, right? They go get somebody. James Earl Jones died. Who they replace his voice with? Bingo. Morgan Freeman. Remember they had Morgan Freeman play Bruce Almighty? Remember that? If y'all missed it, you might want to go check it. They put that black man in there. He was mysterious. He was the Almighty. He was the creator. His voice. I'm going on vacation. He ain't sound like no chump. What's that man now? Hi, I'm Tony the Copper. Yeah, all nasally, almost like me now. Hi, I'm Tony the Copper. Salvation is on the way. Would you get up and believe it? Please, all nasally. Ain't no way in the world. So people have to understand. They go get James Earl Jones. He come on in. This is CNN. You know, it gets your attention and stuff. You don't even want to change the channel. Right or wrong? You sit there and listen all day. Same story over and over again. You just sit there and listen. Man, he said this is CNN. Man, come on. They the one got Tom Brokaw to do that. This is CNN. Man, come on, man. You know they ain't been out in outer space based on way man and NASA. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. You don't even believe it, right? He sound like he in the basement with a microphone, right? Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, we do. You in the basement steps, man. Talking about you on the moon. In the dark. Remember? All up there, they say it was 3 astronauts went up, right? The camera did a selfie. You ain't even had selfie technology back then. Remember how the man all on the moon? Remember? The little children out Route 40 and the little bouncy in the little jumping room wasn't even jumping like that. No dust, no nothing, but you got the shadows on the moon. Wait a minute, where the sunlight at? Yahweh said they would try to make their little nest. They got this satellite station up there. See, this is what Yahweh's people have to realize. You got to start looking at the word of Yahweh very realistically, because when Yahweh start bringing them down, when he start bringing judgment, destruction upon them, when they are in fear, a lot of times they think that they're at the height of their strength. It ain't happening. Like the woman that was going into labor at the wedding. She just want the baby to stay. The baby's like, I got to come now. The water broke first. The baby said, I'm next. I need to see the wedding. She need they had to stop everything and get the ambulance, get her out of there, get her wherever she going, right? She mad because she messed up her wedding dress. It's the same thing with the world. The world is in birth pangs right now. This thing is groaning. Does not the scripture say that everything is waiting on one thing to get itself together right now? What's that? There you go. The children of Yahweh waiting on us to get it together. We still sitting back playing, voting. They do. Them little hillbillies come on the air behind me, make me so mad. Man, y'all got to see this woman. I'm going to shoot a picture of her and put her on right on my social media page. I'm tired of this little fat woman now. I don't disrespect no black women, but when you get to acting like that and that spirit is in you, then you need to be showed up. Every week, jump right on there. And we need y'all to get out and register, vote. We want everybody to vote. Everybody except you. If you've been in jail and you got time in prison, vote. Everybody except the murderer. Why the murderer can't vote now? He done his time. Why he can't vote? The thief can vote. The rapist can vote. The pornographer can vote. The pedophile can vote. But the murderer, he can't vote. What's the damn difference? What they going to do? Hold the ballot up? Wait a minute. Murderer. Is that how it works? Black folk, because they don't know Yahweh. See, if I had my way, I ain't even going to lie to y'all. I'd put hands and feet on people like that. Do them like they did us up in Mel. You got my lunch money? Let's stay rob us and you got my money. Your money. You know, the first time it happened, I was naive. I didn't know. My father didn't tell me I give you $1.10 for your lunch every day, and here's another $1.10 for the man that's gonna stand there and rob you. So I didn't know. So, Bubba, you got my lunch. What? Pow! Hit me in my face. So, well, you know, now I think about it, I do got $1. You know, and I'm telling y'all the truth. So I kicked the $1 out, right? But I had this brother, he grew up in the neighborhood. They was one of them rough, tough families. You know, they fight, they fight if the wind blow. They just rumble. So he was going for it. He wasn't going for it. He was rumbling with him. I ain't giving them nothing. He ain't had no money. He like 75 cents something. He just wasn't giving up. I mean, he feel like getting robbed. And he told us, get the gun. After he popped the dude, he was over there. He was whooping him. Get the gun. We ran. We go get the gun, you know. He give him the gun. He looking like wasn't even no bullets in it. Man, he took that gun. He beat that robber that day, you know. And man, you get strength from seeing the bully get it. You know, see, let me tell y'all this real quick. William Mason Lamel Middle School was a horror story. Okay, if anybody know about William Mason Lamel back in the day, it made the news damn near every day. When I was in elementary school and knew that I was going to graduate and had to go there, I was scared. I was like, man, I can't make it. I was glad I was in the 4th grade. You know, I was like, I can't make it. But the next year, you keep hearing horror stories get worse and worse. When they got the school police and the dogs, my sister telling me, yeah, the dogs chased everybody down the hill. See, to me, it was like the 60s with the dogs and the fire hoses. And it was. By the time I got up there, they was whooping security. They was beating everybody. And these were somebody's children. Yes, sir. History. My. Glad I brought you today. History. Yeah, the school was terrible. So I went there, preacher's kid, you know, shy, timid. Man, I came out candidate for the penitentiary because you had to fight back. You get tired of running. I'm like, man, I guess early on, I probably prayed and asked Yahweh, I thank you didn't make me a gazelle. You know, this running every day just ain't getting it, you know. So anyway, Yahweh made me a warrior for his word. I just had to go through it physically to get the strength to stand up today. That's why I don't hesitate to stand up for Yisrael no matter where I am. See, when we went down to the governor's mansion and they didn't want certain stuff said in 95 when Glendenning was the governor, y'all called me to testify. Didn't let me testify. Let me talk the way I need to talk to get the points across. Bills got changed. Laws got changed that'll help black men that they don't know to this day. It was because y'all anointed me to go do something. And I went and did it with honors. So I went in the penitentiary, yes, other place, hallelujah. Penitentiary and other places, the brothers that took me down there, they were scared. They ran in the room. And I'm like, damn, y'all brought me down here because you couldn't speak. I talked to the brother. I said, look, man, I ain't howling, man. Y'all locked up anyway. We all in here together today. You might as well come on forward. I don't feel like howling, fellas. They got up, came forward. Black, man, like a big black cloud. Man, all them brothers on down the House of Corrections, man, just as kind, humble, man. They made me cry, man. John passed away, man. They signed a card. They created an oversized card and sent us this card, man, with all them signatures on it. You know, sorry for the loss of your father, because clearly he was a great man. If he sent you, because he couldn't come. And, you know, that man, that did it, you know. And I start realizing Yahweh's army is sitting up in them prisons. It take the right messages of Yahweh to speak to them in the right spirit to come upon them as the people of Yahweh to stand them up. The daughters of Yahweh, the women that will bring forth the holiness unto Yahweh, your seed, your children. It take the right messengers to speak and pray that anointing prayer upon Yahweh's people and say it. Not no stick yourself out there, hear me, I'm the great one. No, we're the great nation. Now you see why I'm so hurt with the brothers who we call a meeting and get together, then be bluffing. I don't play when it comes to the children of Yisrael. I don't bluff. When it's something that has to get done, I get up and get on it. And I don't rest till it get done. Then when I lay down, and y'all would bless me, I get my little sleep. Sometimes it'd be 3-4 little hours, man. Feel like I was asleep a week. Get up, man. Be happy like that. Especially, don't let it be them days when the sun rises at 6 in the morning. We'll be setting in the evening, like 6 in the evening. And I come in and sit down at 3 or 4 o'clock and go sleep for 2 hours, then jump up. You look at your watch. It's 6 o'clock. I gotta go. And you thinking you supposed to go out and go to work. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. Y'all ever had that? That's how y'all would bless you to get that kind of energy to fight for his people and teach them. So look, y'all, we ain't got enough guns. We ain't got enough bullets. We ain't got enough missiles to kill the Koreans all on social media. We need to boycott their stores. We need, okay, if you're going to boycott their stores, now you got to walk down the street to Miss Ethel's or Mr. James or whatever and spend that extra dollar. Be sure, well, I ain't doing nothing but enriching them anyway. Well, then support them if that's what you're going to do. But all this, you got to wait till another child die. It is painful to watch black mothers who, that mother gave a speech about Cyrus. And she acknowledged, I'm educated. I went, got my master's. I did this, did that. And she was saying, this system has turned its back on me. That's basically what she said. Heaven has it. What the world don't know about murdering your children like that, sometimes you push them into Yahweh's kingdom. He was going to live his life. Yahweh had him blessed to do this, that. Now he was born just for that purpose. Little Trayvon Martin and others, different things. I ain't going to get into whether or not his daddy was in the Masonic order, what have you. Sometimes stuff just happens in ways where it gathers attention and it tugs on the heartstrings of Yisrael. But when do we realize we've done things that tug on the heartstrings of Yahweh? And he wants us to just turn to him, to clean up. It's heartbreaking, man, when you step out and fight for the people and the white folks got something nasty to say to you on every scale. Never anything good to say about black men and women. That stuff starts with little boys, man. When them little boys and stuff like that happen, you know what it made me do? Pardon me. It made me stop. Because I think about little Isaiah and Jeremiah, then their age group. That's when the hatred for them starts, sure enough. And a lot of times as children, they feel it, even when we don't. Why do you think sometimes they don't like them little white teachers they got? They can't articulate to you. You see the mother that had her little child, he was, what they call him, inaudible. He doesn't speak, autistic. She put a hidden camera in his hair teachers slapping him around, disrespecting him. Now, I'm being honest. Can I be honest? See, as his mother, she was there still hurting, still pleading, talking to something that's not a human. I'm not that type of father where now I got film footage of this, what you did to my child. He can't fight. I went to Lamel. I got good at it. He can't fight, but I can. I ain't talking. I ain't coming to talk. I ain't got no more words. And I'm going to get every one of y'all. You say, well, I ain't do it. He did it. Don't matter. You wouldn't tell on him. So now you get it. Ain't that how it works? Brother Corey, steal a TV and sell it to me. I go to jail for receiving stolen goods. You can go ahead. I just called your name since you stood up. But anyway, brother froze. He's like, I was going to go to the bathroom. I was like, come on, man. But anyway, I go to jail for receiving stolen goods. He'll go because they say he stole it. Now, they try to get 2 for 1, right? So now you mean tell me you beating my child and hating him, calling him nigga and everything, and I got you on film and I'm going to go there and beg and plead with you to do better? No, when you had opportunity to do better, you didn't do better. Yahweh's law says, and if any mischief shall follow, thou shalt give eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, and a life for a life. Y'all scared. We get scared of them type of brothers that say, all right, now you done took a life. This Yahweh's law now. So, hey, man, it's time for you to go. Brothers are scared. And you know how to do it? You'd have to ask Yahweh for permission because this one got to be stopped. What they do with a dog that bites people and becomes bloodthirsty? What they say you got to do with the dog? Why is all of the Korean grocers that always shoot somebody on record for having done it before? See? So you're bloodthirsty. We are your targets. Where the gangster disciples at then? Where the Crips? Where the blood? Where y'all at then? I come in your neighborhood and I got the wrong damn shirt on and all y'all got to shoot me. But the enemy shoots your brother and you all of a sudden, you niggas on peace. Nah, man. Nah. When that type of pain and things like that set in, if you read Yahweh's law like you ought to, the law allow for that. The law said, nah. If that family get hot and that person killed them, but they didn't really mean to do it, Yahweh gave you 5 cities of refuge. But you better not get caught outside them cities of refuge because that blood from that family run hot. They tear the fur off you, and that was Yahweh's law. Why do we not find that in the Bible? That's what make me sick with these old black-ass Christians. Yeah, I said that. That's what make me sick with them. Always mercy, all the time. Mercy. Oh, y'all need to shut up. They sick dogs on you. They turned the fire hoses on you. They put you off the buses. You couldn't even go buy a sandwich. And you keep right on, oh, I shall love thy neighbor. That ain't your neighbor. He don't want you living near him. He created a law called segregation. Here's how segregation works. Stay over there, nigga. Don't come over here. But I'll come over there and do as I please. And you better not say nothing. Did you know you still got sundown towns in America? Well, y'all know that. Yeah, because the truckers are now sundown town. Isn't that something? Where your gangster disciples that y'all like so much wreck? You supposed to take a trip. We going on a road trip, homies. Gonna break y'all in. Where we going? Sundown town. Be ready when it get dark. Because the sun might go down, but when the sun come up, this town will be painted red. Where y'all at? Scared. What is with the spirit of the white man where black people always get scared? They don't have that experience. Anybody here ever built a skyscraper? So you don't have the experience. See, something about going up in the air gets thinner. It gets a little cooler, but you get higher up, you get vertigo, you get dizzy, you might fall. If you don't have the experience in being up high, then you say, okay, I've never done it before. It's the same thing with white folk. Anybody here ever been in a physical fight with a white person? Did you win? Look, man, I'm going to drink to that. Because, see, you have to have such determination. It ain't about hate. You are just, look, I'm tired of this. I'm not going to take this off you. I don't owe this to you. They have manipulated the words of Yahshua in such a way where they've made Yahshua appear to be so passive and so weak. That ain't how that goes down. That is not how it's going down, so that we don't even want to see his army come. He's coming with an army. This ain't the Salvation Army coming down, collect the damn clothes. Shalom, I'm with Yahshua in the Salvation Army. Do you have any shirts or anything you donated? They coming for blood. And clearly they're going to win because they coming in white. Now what military you know coming in white? Look here, I'm going to kill you. You better not bleed on my white. That's what it's coming down to. They experts in whatever they coming to do. We sitting back all scared. Prayer ain't your only weapon, but prayer is your first resource. Yahweh deliver you through things sometimes. Psalm 30 is a prayer of thanksgiving. Psalm 31 is a commitment to Yahweh. We have to be committed to him. We don't understand some of the things that we do. Psalm 32 is about confession to Yahweh and forgiveness, because sometimes we do things wrong and we need to confess so that we can seek forgiveness from Yahweh. That makes sense, Yisrael? A lot of times we don't even seek it. We just get around there and just think everything we do is supposed to be off base, where we just keep being forgiven, where the world keeps being forgiven and we keep on going. That ain't how this thing going, with everybody do what they want to do to Yahweh's people. No, everybody ain't getting away with it. Listen to this. Psalm 32. You got to hear this. I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto Yahweh, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. See how Yahweh worked it out? I said, I forgive it. I confess it, and you forgave me. For this, listen to what he says. For this shall everyone that is righteous pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. That's the key. Ask for the forgiveness of these things. Surely in the floods of great waters, they shall not come nigh unto him. He's not just talking about some natural disaster flood. He's talking about the floods of the nations, the people. When the people come against Jerusalem in a great flood, Yahweh said, it will not come nigh you. I remember when we were giving a speech here in Baltimore years ago, they tore it down and rebuilt it. But John Eager Howard on North and, I forget that little street. What is it? Linden. North and Linden. Yeah, we were over there giving a speech one day. I paused early in the week because I paused to miss that, brother, man. I had to pull over for a minute just to think about it, get myself together. Me and Brother Tim, we would go out and do these lectures. We have a little pile of information we done photocopied, spent our own money, passing our literature to the people. So this particular day, the police just came. They took over the building. Shut us down. We had the brothers. Now, you're doing great at 6 o'clock in the day, in the middle of the week, when you call for a community meeting and all the hustlers stop selling dope and come out and hear what you say, you're doing pretty good. You can get their attention. So they came out. We passed out flyers. The auditorium hold 120 people. Must have been at least 250 people there. So here go the narcotics squad. They walking off through the building. Where's David? We're looking for David Johnson. David Johnson. They asked twice. Where was David Johnson? David Johnson was standing in their face looking at him. Had to book him and turn out. I just looked. Oh, this is shut down tonight, unless somebody's going to tell us who David Johnson is. And me and Brother Tim looked at each other and we laughed because we knew something that nobody out there knew. We had lived out the scripture that Yahshua did for Yisrael. He walked through the midst of the crowd. They was trying to kill him, going to throw him over the brink. All that. He walked on through all of them, went on about his business. So me and Brother Tim went on back, popped a little trunk, a little Nissan Maxima we was in, put our stuff back in, stood there and looked at the crowd for a little while. And, all right, man, we see y'all later. We do it another day. And pulled off. Police never did tell us what they wanted. We didn't give a damn. See, you got to understand something. When you clean your communities up, when you get them brothers and sisters, when you stop the prostitution, when you stop the drugging, when you get them into a trade or something viable to at least be able to take care of a household, when you get them to doing stuff like that, do you realize what you're messing with? See, you're messing with the government's money. And when you start messing with their money, it's a turf war. It's the same thing you see when the brother move in the neighborhood, he's selling dope, but they already selling dope. Who this nigga? You don't come in here with that. And they ain't having it. So neither was the government. Don't come here preaching that righteousness to our clowns. These our pimps. These our hustlers. Don't you come in here with that. And for several summers straight, it was working. They just decided to shut us down. And of course, they used a lot of the local Uncle Toms to just, don't let them use the community centers. Don't do this. Don't. So we ain't get no access to it. And in the process of that, I'm going to tell y'all what we saw them do. All your after school programs, all that energy where your children can run and play and burn their excess energy out. By the time it's dinner time, they eat dinner. You get them a bath. They go to bed, well rested, get up the next day, go to school and learn. Even if school wasn't teaching much, but they learn. So now your children got all this high energy. They ain't got no way to burn it off. So next thing they know, you done work 8-10 hours a day. You coming home 6 o'clock in the evening. They got nothing to do, nothing to play. Next thing you know, they need to burn off that energy. So now they busting your head. They robbing you. Summer jobs, training program, all that stuff. I saw it in the paper early in the week. Summer jobs, it said. That's what the article said. Summer jobs this year look bleak. And I was like, how you spell that? And I was looking at it because it was PLLLLGGGHHA. I said, oh, so that's what that means. So if the children ain't got no summer jobs, no sports activity, nothing to burn off their energy, what can they do? Idle minds is the devil's workshop. So then they got to find something to do, right? And that's what they want them to do. They engineer a crime rate. That's exactly how you engineer a crime rate. And when we tell people stuff like this, they get mad and they get offended. You know why? Because it means you have to get involved. You have to do something. And most of the time in the black community, we don't want to get involved. We just want to talk bad about them. But who talked bad about you? You all as older men, a lot of you men, you can tell right now. Then your mama, your grandmama, or your uncle, somebody said, look, don't be going down there getting in no trouble now. You get in trouble. I ain't coming to get you. How many of y'all heard that speech? Practically every hand in the building. Now, here's the other side to the question. How many of you got in trouble anyway? You learn from it, right? And y'all, we got you here. I know one little child, he was homeschooled. He's the only child in the school. He said he's being bullied. That little child had us baffled, you know. How you getting bullied in homeschool when you the only student? Only thing I can tell you, brother, that bully loved you. That bully wanted to make sure you learn. That's why that bully was on your case. As you get older, you appreciate bullies like that. I'm telling you right now, I had a teacher, boy, she called my father on me, boy. She told my father, your son can control my class better than me. He's got authority. He's different. My father was like, oh, yeah. True story. You know, oh, yeah. I'm sitting there. Now that, you know, that halo get over your head. Some reason or another, you get humble. You get warm, but you just. She said, tell your father what you say you want to be. Back then, Eddie Murphy was just getting started on Saturday Night Live. Eddie was young. Eddie was funny. So I stick my chest out. She baited me in and set me up. She made me think she was really trying to tell my father how talented I was. But I ain't realized she was setting me up. So I was there. I want to be a comedian. My father said, what? Boy, ain't nothing funny. Black man ain't got no time to be laughing. He caught himself. He ain't going no further with it. But what he liked about the sister was she was from the Dominican Republic, Virgin Islands. And she was pro-black like you wouldn't believe. We as children underestimated this woman's love for us as children, which is why she called all our parents and developed a relationship with all of them so she could call at the drop of a hat. Now, mind you, this was pre-cell phone, pre-beeper age. This was just straight dial a house line. Anyway, man, I got home that night. I don't want to tell the rest of the story, but of course, you know, it didn't end too well for me. And in some kind of way or another, my comedic career just evaporated that night. You know, all the jokes, everything just went out the window. The next day I went to school. I was the most studious student in the building. I had an ink pen this long. You know, I was just taking notes. I just was learning. And I realized how much I loved learning, you know, when my little cheeks wasn't burning. But I'm thankful that I had that, because Elder Johnson would get us together periodically for no reason and just hold prayer. Can you imagine 7 o'clock in the evening, you trying to run outside with an armful of Hot Wheel cars with your little hoodlum buddies and friends? Hey, come here for a minute. Stand still. Hey, put that junk down. This is Hot Wheels. This ain't junk. Put it down. Get us together real fast. Make us pray. You need that in your homes. Periodically catch your children unaware, or catch each other. Honey, hey, get me to go to work. Hold for a minute. Lead us in prayer. Pray for it. You'd be surprised how much it does. See, prayer succeeds cell phones, and text messages, and faxes. Prayer is your direct call to Yahweh. So then you would at least want to know what to say, right? Don't call Yahweh, click up. Prayer is your direct communion with Yahweh. Say what you say from your heart. Ask him for the things that you stand in need of. See, we forget Yahshua can't lie, right? Yahweh spoke to us by two things which it's impossible for him to lie: the Ruach and Yahshua. So now Yahshua said things to you that should allay your fears and increase your comfort. He said, whatsoever you ask the Father in my name, I will do it. See, I asked years ago, give me the strength, the wisdom, and the ability to go forward. If I have to preach and lead your people, give me the strength, the wisdom, and the ability. Little did I know he had given it to me. The ability, I was hyperactive as a child. Remember I told you, he needs lithium. He needs this. He needs that. My father, he don't need none of that. I got him. My father beat that aggression out of me. All right, I ain't gonna do it no more. All right. So you learn. You're hyperactive, play basketball. All right. You got a lot of energy? Here, read this scripture. Y'all get a break. Because in the sanctuary, we read. We went around that room one by one. We read one by one. You read. He preached. Give me such a thing. Next person, you better know your rotation. You read that little one verse. You got a chance to participate. Now it's action-packed. We move a little bit. So I read one verse. I read it all and run through it quick and teach on it. Expound on it. Get it. I heard it so much as a child, I can't forget it. And I thank Yahweh for it. When you tell young men, so look here, man. You got to put some pep in your step. You got to get energized for Yahweh. You got to have a love for Yahweh. You got to have a zeal for it. In the 119th Psalm, real quick, got to pause. Get this in. Psalm 119, verse 9. Watch what it says to us. People wondering, how are we going to motivate the youth? How are we going to get the young men together? The answer in the book. Here it is. By what means shall a young man clean up his act? By taking heed thereto, according to thy word. Isn't that simple? You got to teach that to them young men. So look here, young blood, we ain't going through this nonsense. Don't come in here 11 o'clock smelling like weed, cigarettes, and give me a wine. All right, wait a minute. Let me process that real quick. All right, wait a minute. Let me process it. Don't y'all stop talking. The old folks say Irish Rose. Wild Irish Rose. He's a Thunderbird. Old folk, okay, so that's old folk stuff. Young folk, what y'all say? What was young folks saying? Taylor Port, Sutter Home. I ain't even know Fred Sanford was in the building. Y'all hear Fred Fox came in? Ripple. I guess the people at home probably say, oh, I don't know, be Ripple. Don't you leave when the service, though. Me and you need to talk. Ripple. Some of the old folks ain't even heard of that. Ripple. Anyway, what I was trying to get y'all to understand, the times may have changed, Old folk, y'all heard of that Sutter Home stuff? Or y'all heard of it? What was that other one you called out? Taylor Port. Kendall? Yeah, bring that point out. I was like, everybody talking about the wines now. Y'all came to life on me, didn't y'all? So what is it? We got Taylor Swift. We got Taylor Port. Either way, it's a bad choice. Right? Bad wine, bad woman, whatever the case. When we talk to our young people, you can't be ashamed to tell them, hey, the times and the date on the calendar may have changed, but the conditions of the sins have not. That's how you reach them. You got to get them to understand the devil ain't changed nothing. He come along with more stuff now. You ain't doing nothing sleep. You ever did something you thought you just thought that up last night? You think you getting over on the wife or your mama or somebody teach you to come past, you chewing gum? Give me that gum. Spit that gum. See, stick your tongue out. Lift your tongue up. You try to slide the gum. They know it's in your mouth, right? So it's the same with our sin. Y'all, we know we be trying to hide our sin from y'all. How? The nations got us so goofy now, so foolish, because we wanted to be like them. Yisrael, be yourself. To obtain salvation, be yourself. Be your dry, boring self, because you bring the flavor to the world. That's why everybody want to be like you. You bring flavor to the world. Look, I wear these gloves. I guess I have to get it in the kingdom age. I'm the invention. I invented the holes in the jeans, okay? I used to play with Hot Wheel cars and mess up jeans, and Levi put big holes in the knees. My mother had to put patches on my pants. But them holes in the jeans, that stuff come from me. Give me credit. In the 70s, I did it. Anyway, I would mess pants up. I would work. I needed these gloves, the Michael Jacksons. I would take all my gloves and cut the fingers off right around here, right? Because then laying brick, I need to feel the brick, be right there at the line. So the brother's like, he don't even wear no gloves. I said, yeah, I do wear gloves. I just need my fingers out. So I saw Home Depot start selling them like that. I was like, why ain't I thinking that? So everything you do, you bring the flavor to it. So white boys get out there and work, wouldn't wear nothing. All of a sudden, on one of the job sites, I look up one day, all of them had on little designer Milwaukee gloves with the hands out. And I'm thinking to myself, every one of you pale-faced bastards copied off of me. So because it was still in my style, I took mine off, threw them down the wall. This building going up, it's going to be 2 gloves in there belong to me. So I threw them down the wall, and I work with no gloves. What they do? Back to no gloves. I said, people steal your style. Imagine all our young brothers just stood up at the same time. Look at Brother Demar. Look at his shirt. Just look at him. Look at his shirt. Now, don't he just look innocent? Look all neat. Don't look like no threat. Now, imagine all our young brothers, Demar, just look just like him. You don't never get no job. He ever said anything bad to any of y'all? Hurt anybody in here feeling? Any of y'all? You don't even get that out of them, right? You don't even get that up off of them. Hallelujah for you, bro. Now, me, on the other hand, I kind of look like trouble. Let's be honest, don't I? I just come in the boy. I kind of look like a problem, don't I? Remember I met y'all down at the walkway last night. Didn't I look like a robber or something? I come down and y'all stop and look. No, I'm just messing with you. But anyway, here's my point. Imagine if we could clean our young brothers up. Well, man, how tall are you? Yes, sir. You. He said, He hit me with the Did the mean you added an inch to it? Is that what the anybody asked you in a long time? We the same height, we 5'11". You know, I like that extra inch, but all right, I'll go with the 5'11". But anyway, imagine all our taller brothers get cleansed up in such a way where if you 5'10" and above, certain style clothes you wear. 5'9" and below, certain style clothes you wear. Certain light skin, certain type of clothes you wear. But yet it's all so uniform that only we knew and understood. Wouldn't that be something amazing? But you see, if Yisrael don't know, okay, We all got the same Torah. And with that same Torah, it's the same demeanor. Have you noticed little children that are born and raised in this way of life have a different demeanor on them than children who weren't raised in it? Get the difference in the spirit? See, that's the blessing of Yahweh. And the world don't see it. The world don't have to see it. All you got to do is see it. All you got to do is know it and know how to protect it, know how to nurture it, know how to teach it, guide it, and direct it. You know what our problem is? We want everybody to acknowledge us as Yisrael, as opposed to us acknowledging us as Yisrael and pushing and encouraging one another. Stay on the path. Stay on the path. Older mother called me early in the week, elderly mother. She said, can I say something to you, Elder Johnson? You're younger than me, but I want to say this to you. You're doing a lot more than you give yourself credit for. And a whole lot of us, we might not call in, we might not say nothing, but you're helping a lot of us in a lot of ways. So even when you get tired, call somebody, because we might have to pray that he give you strength. I never thought about that like that. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I hear you. Her point was, reach out to people. I reach out to Yahweh, but I heard her point loud and clear. But the real thing is, you don't imagine Yisrael's full struggle until you re-envision Yisrael going through it. Think of all those mothers in Yisrael that lost their children because when the oppressor ran down on them, they destroyed us. Y'all got a minute? You got to hear this. I don't know how our people in Yisrael missed this, but I'll go with this point. Maccabiah. Say it the way it was. The name is Maccabiah. But today, they say, the book of the Maccabees. So you immediately think about a bunch of bees, right or wrong. Sometimes just hearing stuff make you think something stupid, right? You know. Watch this. The first book of the Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 11. In those days, there arose out of Yisrael lawless men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a treaty with the heathen around us. For ever since the time we became separated from them, many misfortunes have overtaken us. See, that's what happened. Men in Yisrael, in our proximity to the Gentiles, we thought everything was going well. But when people start commanding that we turn back to Yahweh and we got away from the Gentile, they started trying to convince us things are going bad for you, man. See, you need us. You really do need to be around us. Then they ain't going to tell you need to drop Yahweh, but they just say, you really do need us. So Yisrael dropped Yahweh and then thought misfortunes had hit them. That's why our brothers won't leave gangs alone or gang banging or smoking weed or what's the drink? What was it? Ripple. We're going to go with the Ripple. Help me before I call a little ugly white woman. What was it again? Taylorport. Thunderbird. You said Thunderbird. You said Wild Lives Real. He said Thunderbird. And imagine calling our brothers back from that and dealing with the undiluted wines of Yahweh, okay? You get into this real quick. Yain, Isis, and there's another one. But three stages of wine in Yisrael. One gets you drunk, other was just the pure blood of the grape, which is what you used during the Passover. They wasn't keeping Passover drinking, falling all out, hiccuping one another, and all of that stuff, okay? That's why Yeshua's blood is pure and untainted. You must understand, there's nothing added to it to get you drunk. Anyway, imagine if our brothers could drop all of that long enough to plan the way that Yahweh said Yisrael should plan. The plan seemed good in their eyes. And some of the people went eagerly to the king, and he authorized them to introduce the practices of the heathen. Listen to what they teaching them. And they built the gymnasium in Jerusalem. And the heathen, in the heathen fashion, and submitted to uncircumcision and disowned the holy agreement. They aligned themselves with the heathen and became slaves of wrongdoing. His rule appeared to Antiochus to be established. he conceived the idea of becoming king of the land of Egypt so that he might reign over 2 kingdoms. So he entered Egypt with a strong force, with chariots and elephants and cavalry and a great fleet. And he made war on Ptolemy, king of Egypt. And Ptolemy turned and fled from before him. And many fell wounded. And they captured the walled cities in the land of Egypt, and he plundered all of the land. After subduing Egypt in 143rd year, Antiochus turned back and came against Yisrael and entered Jerusalem with a strong force. See, that's what you get for selling out. And in his arrogance, he went into the sanctuary and took the gold altar and the lampstand for the light. Please forgive me. And all his furniture, and the table for the presentation or the showbread, and the cups and the bowls and the golden censers, and the curtain and the crowns and the gold ornamentation in the front of the temple, for he stripped it all off. And he took the silver and the gold and the choice dishes. He took the secret treasures which he found. He took them all and went back to his own country. He massacred the people and spoke with great arrogance. Why? Because Israel dropped their culture. And there were great mourning everywhere throughout Yisrael. Rulers and elders groaned. Girls and young men fainted away, and the beauty of the women was altered. Every bridegroom began to lament, and she that sat in the bridal chamber grieved. The very earth was shaken over its inhabitants, and the whole household of Jacob was covered with shame. See, there's no shame today for none of our sin. Like now, there's no shame. Meg the Stallion and all this. Wait a minute, Meg. You was shaking it, twigging it, and body, yada, yada, all this other stuff. And then when the man cheaty on you, now you feeling the pain of all of this stuff, all of this shame. Remember the sister, shake what your mama gave you. No pain, no gain. I'm every woman. All of this stuff now. And nobody's talking to Yahweh's people saying, this is the fundamental problem. You crying because the Koreans are shooting and killing us. They don't respect us because we don't respect Yahweh. Come on, man. You pray to Yahweh in secret, and Yahweh who seeth openly shall reward you openly. We want the whole world to see us and acknowledge us as Yahweh's people. We do whatever we want to do on a Shabbat. We take the Shabbat, ain't no different than a Tuesday. Tell me I'm lying. Do anything we want to do. Fall all out. Do everything. After 2 years, the king sent an officer to collect tribute in the towns of Yehudah. And he entered Jerusalem with a strong force. And he spoke to them craftily in peaceful terms. And they trusted him. Then he suddenly fell upon the city and struck it with a great blow and destroyed many people in Israel. He plundered the city and burned it down and tore down the houses in it and the walls round about it. And they took the women and children captive and possessed themselves of the cattle. Wait a minute, what happened to the men? Couldn't even stop it. Because of Boone's Farm, Ripple, Thunderbird, Taylor Swift, Taylor Port. Both of them trash, but either way, Taylor Swift. Anyway, all of that stuff of that day, were they not prevalent? And they put sinful heathen there who would not obey the law, and they entrenched themselves there, and they stored up weapons and provisions. They collected the spoils of Jerusalem and laid them up there, and they became a great threat, and it proved a place of ambush against the sanctuary and a wicked adversary to Israel constantly. And they shed innocent blood all around the sanctuary and polluted the sanctuary itself. The inhabitants of Jerusalem fled away because of them, and she became a place where strangers lived. And she became strange to her own offspring, and her children forsook her. Ain't that what children do today? You raise them, rear them up all your life. You get old, they don't give a damn. You ain't coming to live with me. Stick you in a nursing home, and you don't get nursed. Come on, y'all. This is the stuff that's happening because we ain't teaching the love and honor of Yahweh's word, the Torah, and the beauty of keeping this specific way of life. We reject it. Why? Because we want to be just like the damn heathen. Think about when you ever look up and see a damn rapper as a role model, a billionaire rapper, a gangster. I think Dre, I bet you Dr. Dre never dreamed at 18 he'd be a billionaire one day. What you do to get all of that in them white folk good graces and you clean up? If Dre could clean up and become all that, then why can't any of our young brothers clean up and do the same? If they all cleaned up and worked on that caliber, isn't that a contribution to the society? That's increased revenue, that's taxes, that's jobs created, all kinds. They don't want you to do that. But they hold up all the wicked as a role model for your children. And we as parents, if we don't say nothing to our children in the assemblies of Yahweh to tell them that is not the way to go, then they'll just go that way as they get older, especially as they max out in age in your house. Right or wrong? Think about when they max out, parents throw them out at 18. You got to go. Chances are they ain't ready no way. But they max them out and you got to go. At 18, who hiring you for a job? Where you get that corporate job? Don't you have to fight and build up to get established, to get a real good job? Nobody hiring you. You ain't got no experience. But you got to pay rent like everybody else. Most of the time, you haven't even been taught. Remember in the public schools, they used to teach home ec? A little bit about balancing the checkbook, cooking, sewing clothes and stuff. Watch this. No disrespect to us, but let's be real. How many inside of the last 30 days have had to pick up a needle and thread? Wow. What'd you say? Did y'all take note to the authority by which she said that? So my button back on. And then she squeezed that other part. I had to sew them pockets on your pants. But here's what I really meant by it. Just in the fact that whether you did or not, I just meant inside of the last 30 days where you may have had to sew something or repair something. And that's not disrespecting any of you all, any of us. I'm just saying how a lot of times, think about it, we're really in a throwaway society. Am I lying? Sometimes you can afford to just throw away a blouse or a shirt. So I ain't gonna worry about it. Am I lying? Yeah, but also, let's be real. How many of us really do that? How many visit the secondhand store? Now, them hands went up. Let's be real. It is some good stuff in there, though, ain't it? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. There's some good stuff in them secondhand store. Elder Johnson did something one time that was so humbling, man. I never forgot it, and he started me on that. We was riding. We would go out, and I would drive for him a lot of times. This is where this expression Home Depot comes from. He wanted to go get something, right? He told me, pull over there in Home Depot. Home Depot. So we pulled over in the depot. He went in there and got a couple tools. He came on out. We coming down the street. Pull over there, right there. That Goodwill. Go right there. Go right there. So I'm like, all right, I heard you the 13th time. You used to go over there. So he goes in the Goodwill. He's fishing around, fumbling around in the Goodwill. He come out with one thing. A shirt. A shirt. A minister of Yahweh, retired worker, all that stuff. He just found a shirt. And when he wore that shirt, he was just as proud of that shirt. If shirts cost $100 and he wanted it, he could afford to have bought it. But he spent $2 on a shirt that Yahweh blessed him to get. And he was so thankful. And I learned something from that lesson, that when I would go to the thrift store to get my work clothes, they would have khakis in there, cream color, light gray, and sometimes white. And I would get these khakis, and certain person would iron them. You be going on the job, so you ain't going out this door looking like no bum. But on the job site, the brothers would be teasing me because I was so neatly dressed. You know, sometimes a person taking a day off, they show up at the job for a certain reason, do this, that, and that. And the brother's like, you working today? You taking off? I'm like, yeah, I'm working. Why you ask me that? Because you dressed up. Khakis, wasn't a wrinkle in them. Shirt wasn't a wrinkle in them. Whole outfit together, $8. Looking smooth. We don't do things like that today. And we don't mend this stuff because this society has taught us to be, as the article appeared in 1974, welcome to the world of consumption. And they made us consumers and buy everything to a point and a degree where we are surrounded by the Gentiles. And that's all we know is buy our stuff from these Gentile nations. But now, where we need to tune in and hone in with one another, we don't know how to do it. Remember, Grandma and all of them would do canning and putting stuff in jars and everything. How many do that today? Mr. Ted, if you don't put your hand down, see, you can't get credit. We know you do it. You can women, me. But that's a beautiful thing. I've seen him talk to people about that stuff. I'd be like, yeah, that's how you do that. You network and get stuff done. That's how you do it. Because when this system starts collapsing, you will watch one thing with Yisrael. We're going to need each other more and more and more. And things like that are going to come back. I'm telling you all what I know. You'll find that a lot of the trinkets in society today that you have, you really won't even need them. You'll find you won't need it. Just wait. Like I was reading earlier about them monitoring the people. I didn't finish reading it, but them coming across borders and different things. They said, they might not have no documentation, but let them have their cell phone. Because we can track them, we can trace them, we can monitor, we can open up all their email, we can look at anything they're doing, see all their communication, because the cell phone is the general order of the day. Let me conclude this, because you got to see this. Her sanctuary became desolate like a wilderness. Her feasts were turned into grief. Her Sabbaths became a reproach, and her honor became contempt. Her dishonor was as great as her glory had been, and her exaltation was turned into grief. The king wrote to his whole kingdom that they should all become one people, and everyone should give up his particular practices. And all the heathen assented to the command of the king. And many of Yisrael agreed to this kind of worship and offered sacrifice to idols and broke the Shabbat. And the king sent word by messengers to Jerusalem and to the towns of Judea to follow the practices foreign to the country and to put a stop to the whole burnt offerings and sacrifices, to the drink offerings at the sanctuary, to break the Sabbath, to profane the feast, pollute the sanctuary, and sanctify it. Build altars and sacrifice precincts and to idols, temples, sacrifice those hogs, unclean cattle, and leave their sons uncircumcised. Defile themselves with every unclean and profane practice so that they might forget the law and change all their righteous ordinances. And anyone who did not obey the command of the king should die. He wrote this to the whole kingdom to this effect, and he appointed inspectors over all the people, and he ordered the towns of Judah and every one of them to offer sacrifice. And many of the people and everyone who was ready to forsake the law joined with them, and they did wrong in the land and forced Yisrael to hide in every hiding place that they had. These are the days that's coming now. This is the last time that it can possibly come. But these are the days that are coming now. And if Yisrael ain't ready now before it hits, how will they be ready when it does hit if you can't get the people to see? Stop playing. Stop hating one another. Stop being derelict in your duties to Yahweh's house. Just stand firm in the love of Yahweh. It's the men now that have nothing to do. If you think of what I'm saying, it's the men. We have nothing to do. We know nothing to say. We know nothing to pass on to a generation that's 10, 12, 15 years behind us because we don't know what to say. Trouble is coming. And those of you that know Yahweh, that have a mind of strength in Yahweh, continue in this way. Because see, Psalms like Psalm 32, which is nothing more than a confession that seeks forgiveness, you're going to need it. I'm going to stop this at Psalm 33, which is a description for praising Yahweh. It's a description for praising Yahweh. The remaining Psalms, I'll squeeze them in as Yahweh allows me the space and the opportunity. But the reality is, draw stronger in Yahweh by seeking to pray anyway. You don't have to know everything. Tell the truth. You ever had your favorite song come on the radio before you came to Yahweh? You knew every word to all that stupid stuff, didn't you? You ain't know the words at first. You kept on mumbling. Each week, or each day you heard it, you got a different line better, didn't you? You start singing that stuff on command. You could hear, walk through the house, that tune in your head for the rest of the day, right? Okay, switch it up. How is it that the prayers of Yahweh can't take the same effect today? Right? I remember in the assembly one year, on the Shabbat, somebody pulled up out front and had a car with the radio playing. And it was Gerald Levert's Baby, Hold On to Me. And the brother in the temple heard it. And just that quick, he forgot where he was. He did that thing, boy. And when he came back, I was up there teaching, and he just kind of like, and by then, when he hit this right here like that, and I was up there teaching, I hit it too. Just look at it. Hear me on this. I pay attention to everything. I listen to the music. I hear the stuff they playing. I ain't living off of it. I pay attention to the world because I live in it like you do. And I start to see and understand everything everywhere in this world is designed to distract Yahweh's people and get their minds off of him. But in Isaiah 26, it says, thou wilt keep his soul in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee. Let me explain that as I wrap up. You ain't got to be no 100% righteous, perfect saint. I hit the mark, didn't I, Yahweh? I got it better than Enoch. Yay, me. Man in his best state, the word says, is altogether as a menstruous rag. Right? Men, I'm going to get graphic. Women, cover your ears for a minute. Brothers, would you like if your wife woke you up one morning? Remember how mom used to wake you up in the morning? Wipe your face, hit you with that cold rag, get you up out of sleep. Remember them type of children? Huh? Anyway, men, would you like it if your mother or your wife woke you up one morning with a menstruous rag, get you ready and start your day? Graphic, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, I know what it is. Watch this. Tell the truth. A lot of ministers don't preach like I do, then do they? Y'all don't hear that, do you learn anything from me, or should I change the way I teach? Okay, well, we're going to give that glory to Yahweh. He's good. He's even greater, right? So as in his best state, we're all together as a menstruous rag. That's what the scriptures say. We ain't got nothing to brag on. But yet we are tired of the oppression. We're tired of the suffering. We're tired of the pain, the sorrow, the murders, all of those things. When we turn to Yahweh, he it is that shall clean us up. Because now, let's get back to the blood. Now, we're washed by the blood of the Lamb. Now, suddenly the blood ain't so bad. You get it? See, even the woman's blood is a cleanser. It's cleansing her body, right? And it's unclean. It's pulling out all the impurities. But now the blood of Yahshua, who had no impurities, we demonstrate that we despise that. And that's why we suffer like we do. Am I making any sense? Come on, man. The world had to go. Man, please, all these pictures today. Jesus coming out the cloud, white man in a white robe. You know, white man, look, let's be real. White man don't even look good in no robes. And hey, some men we met in here the other night. We were leaving. We leave out. Little drunken man. He come down the street. Little white man, come on. I'm a bit thirsty. You guys got any drinks or anything cold in there? And I was thinking it. I ain't say it, but I was thinking, nah, but I got this hot whooping for you. You know, just the way he just talked to us. entitled. You see, a white man coming out the clouds in a white robe, looking like William Dafoe, reaching out to me. Remember him? Remember him in the Green Goblin in the Batman? Wasn't he ugly? Imagine him. He coming to get you. You looking for Peter Paul? Come on, help me real quick. Help me fight this. No. But they got this imagery for the world. Yahshua always got to come looking rough. Who he look like? Who? Give me some Lil Wayne. Now, if Yahshua come to you and I looking like Lil Wayne, you wouldn't even want to pray no more, right? It could be the truth, but he come just looking like Lil Wayne, right? Come to you. Come, my child, like a lollipop. Come on. Now, you wouldn't even want to pray, right? I don't even know where that came from. Is that on film? The camera was recorded. It actually got that part. Got to go with it. But at any rate, I'm just saying, on the realistic side, that's how the world try to portray the Messiah to you all anyway. We want no black Messiah. He'll come to the earth. He'll look like Lil Wayne. We're not praying to that. That's how they try to portray it. And because the scripture says that he had no form, no comeliness, that when we see him, we should desire him. Okay, they don't want that. Look at old dolphin face. Everybody trust and believe that little man, don't they? Dolphin face. Don't Westmore look like a dolphin when you really think about it? Get that side profile. Watch. See, he kind of look like a dolphin. Diamond Muhammad wasn't wrong on that. All smooth cut. Don't even look like you. I want to see him swim. But anyway, they send men like that too. Remember Kurt Smoke? Kurt wasn't an ugly man or whatever, but because he was Rose Scholar, Boule, all this other stuff, what'd he do? Come all smooth, clean shaven, y'all. He sold you out. Right? Who else you got? Yep, closed all the libraries. The one thing Kurt Smoke did that everybody should keep in mind, Kurt Smoke was the first African-American mayor to start tearing down houses in the middle of a block. See, that had been unheard of nationwide. They would revitalize the whole block before they tear it down. They came and said, tear it down, and they designed the system by which we operated off of it to this day, how to just cut a house out of the middle of a bunch of row homes. Because see, you know all the row homes are all connected. So you got to tear it down. You got to cut the joists at the roof. You might have to cut the floor joists in the building, some of it, and then you start tearing it in, and you boom, 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 crash it in, clean it up, and then put a wall up in the middle of it and plant some grass seeds. Now, you might think planting grass make it look good or whatever the case may be, but after a while, it wears down, especially if the people ain't used to no grass. Yeah, let's be real. Black folk ain't used to no grass. You have hoarded us in the inner cities, in concrete jungles. That's why most of us have back problems to this day. You walk around on concrete all day. And then after 40 years of that, you get up on your 41st birthday and you wondering why. It's because your shock absorbers have been worn down. All that cartilage between them bones, all that stuff over the years, man, you tore up. See the women in Africa put a big 90-pound basket on their head full of fish, beans, licorice, cigarettes, whatever they have in it. Anyway, and put on their head and walk back just straight. Walk all day long. Hello, Infofu. Yeah, hi, hello, Sandra. Shalom. All that. And walk all day. Ain't got no back problem on a dirt road. Here you in America, you think you got it going on at 42, your back out. This is the world. And it's hard for the children of Israel to really pull themselves together, because when messengers say what really has to be said to us, a lot of times the truth is too painful. We don't want to face that. Come on, man. When you say, yeah, black fathers have walked off and abandoned the families after a while in record-breaking numbers, but that wasn't their nature. Then you start looking at social service statistics and reports and things of that nature, and you start learning black fathers, even in spite of all the stuff they got going on, among all the nationalities in the earth, they are more involved in the lives of their children than other nationalities. They won't tell you stuff like that. Most black men, you might not be with the mother of your children, but most black men involved some kind of way. Let's be honest. They love come on, man, they love their families. Get around gonna play like black men ain't around killing them in record numbers, are they? Black women talking about. I saw a picture, a meme the other day, right? Black man and a bear. They was eating popcorn and laughing, right? Sounds like, what the hell is this all about? But he put it up on a post where a black woman had went out, denounced black men, and was dating white men, and the white man killed her. But see, they had this interview with this question: which would you prefer, to be alone with a black man or in the woods with a bear? And the black woman, I'll take the bear. Now, let's just be realistic, even in a sense of humor. Let's be real. Sister, you don't hardly like a house cat. You gonna take a bear? So when they mocked it, the families were offended by it. But see, this is because we love to go against one another. And there's something so horrendous in scripture that nobody really wants to talk about it. When I talked about this to two women early in the week, you could tell they were mad. But I said, this is Yahweh's word. Let's close on this point. Y'all all right? Isaiah 3. Yisrael had gotten so out of hand with Yahweh on all levels. Yahweh said he would judge Judah and Jerusalem for their sin. And the way Yahweh does it, a lot of times in life, we don't see Yahweh's judgment hit us on the social status, the economic status, the financial status. We don't connect the things in the world with Yahweh's word. We just only see the word on the Sabbath when we're in between the hallelujahs and the praise hymns. But we don't see the word hitting us in all areas and facets of life, right? Now, since Yisrael cut up, he said, Isaiah 3, say to the righteous that it shall be well with them, for they shall eat the fruit of their doing. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with you, for the reward of his hand shall be given unto him. As for my people, children are their oppressor. In other words, I'll let your children rise up against you now in such a way where they'll become tyrannical to you, okay? And women rule over them. Who's the head of households today? It's primarily the women, am I correct? So if the women are the primary of the household, then you got to look at this and say, okay, how did this come to be? O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy path. Now, we follow black leadership, Democratic Party, and all this other stuff. Didn't the Democratic Party bring you the gay and lesbian rights? Didn't they bring you all of this other stuff? Separate the families and the children. All of these things, they brought this. Your leadership, Jesse Jackson, the Rainbow Coalition, Al Sharpton, and the, what's this called? The the National Action Network, which has no action outside of begging Toyota and other companies. See, you got to know what Al Sharpton does. It's not to disrespect him. It's just to tell you the truth. Imagine you doing something wrong. But I come to you and say, man, look, I need you to straighten that out. Don't keep doing this, that, and the other, man, or, I'll be back. Then again, you know what? I'll tell you what you do. Look, I ain't going to argue with you about it. Give me some money. Pay me. Hook me up a little bit, and I won't say nothing about it no more unless you keep doing it. But hit me off. You like, oh, man, here, man, take this $100. All right, so now I just got paid. So Al Sharpton would go to the corporations and shake them down. Well, I got this organization here. I'll keep them from protesting you and all this. And you just donate to my organization. So it's a big racket that they donate to it. So that's what that does. The Rainbow Coalition, which end up turning into the rainbow of the gay and lesbian rights stuff. Remember, Jesse Jackson brought that stuff to you all. Okay, here's what the word says. They that lead thee cause thee to err and destroy the way of thy path. Did Jesse ever advocate the commandments? Does Al Sharpton advocate the commandments? But he say he a preacher. What is he preaching? Soft sheen and royal wax or whatever that stuff is. Yahweh stands to judge and plead with the people. Yahweh will enter into judgment with the elders. That's the old men and the princes thereof. The elders supposed to talk this stuff over with the younger men. For you have eaten up the vineyard, and the spoil of the poor is in your houses. They collect tithes and offerings, took all of the people's little stuff together, and then lived lavishly. You weren't supposed to. Live there right among Yahweh's people. What mean you that you beat my people to pieces and grind the faces of the poor, says Yahweh. Remember, you keep on demanding more and more from them. Furthermore, says Yahweh, because the daughters of Zion are high-minded and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and switching as they go, making a tinkling with their feet. This is the actions of the women today. Therefore, Yahweh will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. This is where alopecia and all of this different stuff comes into play. Hair loss and things. Yahweh's not playing with us. And nobody goes in the word and say, this stuff ain't talking about white women. Is it? Let's go further. And the daughters of Zion discovered the scab upon the crown of the heads of the daughters of Zion, and Yahweh will discover their secret part. Discover means to disclose or to uncover. No woman should be around nowhere with your little back out dresses, your little halter tops. See, ladies, permission. Okay. See, the breast is for the husband and the child, according to the word of Yahweh, right? He tell the husband, let her breast satisfy thee at all times. Then you start getting mad. Bruh, you married her at, pick an age, give me a number. 25. You married her at 25. They were perky. They sat up. Okay, brother. Y'all laughing, but I'm being true. I'm being real, right? They were perky. They sat up. Okay, she 55. Now they done went down a little bit. Guess what? They the same breasts on the same woman, right? Now all of a sudden you need to do something about that. Okay, so she buy the right bra, push-up bra. Okay, did she get on you about your belly, hanging over your belt buckle? I got to keep it real and balanced, right? So then you start despising her. Now you want her to make cuttings and all this other stuff, tummy tuck, breast lifts, facelift. You want all this stuff done, but her love for you is still the same, right? Meanwhile, now you gambling, you drinking, you drugging, you running the street, doing everything. Now you don't want that mentioned, right? Here's what Yahweh said now. I'll smite her. I'll get her first. But watch how he get the men, and the men don't acknowledge this part. I'll disclose her secret part. This is why they out now, halt the blouses and all this other stuff. She can't put them together because they don't hold attention together. One looking this way, one jumped out the blouse that way, and all of this stuff in the club, right? But they don't want this talked about because this is just the fashion state. Girl, let it all hang out. Girl, do you. Whatever do you mean. In that day, Yahweh will take away the beauty of their tinkling ornaments about their feet. A woman could put a bracelet on or something around her anklet or what have you, and it represented the beauty in Yisrael. Put it on the day, they say, oh, she's selling it. How you know? Because it's on the left leg. Oh, she's doing it there. Oh, how you know? Because it's on the right leg. We don't talk about these things where say, look, we got to get rid of this as our culture now. Some stuff we had, it represented beauty. We've gone against Yahweh so bad, now it represents sinfulness. So now we can't even affiliate with it. Might have to strip yourselves bare of it till he restore our beauty. When all those things that meant what they originally meant can then be reestablished. Sometimes you got to let it go, right? It's like an old house. Sometimes you got to refurbish the house. What they call it when they go rehab the house. They go and cut the floor joists and everything out and redo the thing, right? Well, Yahweh has to rehab Yisrael as a house, right? Let's go. And their calls and their round ties like the moon, all of these different eyepieces and the different ornaments, the jewelry and things that we wore that symbolize stuff, the chains and the bracelets, the mufflers, the bonnets, the ornaments of the leg and the head band. Let's stop for a minute about the bonnets. Sisters wear the bonnets today, man. They white society disrespect you with the bonnets now. Because see, they make bonnet now. Bonnet be big as a hefty trash bag. Right? Sister put that bonnet on. That bonnet be hanging down around the back of the leg somewhere. Big bonnet. And you be like, now hold up, baby girl. You ain't got that much hair, first of all. But because you done sold in, I don't know if I'm going too far, but you done sold in X amount of hair. You got horse hair, calf hair, gorilla hair, and a little bit of human hair, all locked in there together. You need this big bonnet, right? See, even hefty bag about to get in on it. You know they're gonna start. Why you gonna start seeing hefty bonnets in the beauty salons, and you gonna say, "Boy, that L. Johnson, something else." But Yeah, in the house, it's fine. But you all in the market in somebody's way, moving all slow, cashier trying to ring up your food and your bonnet. You be like, anyway, I'm not going to rip the sisters because I got to rip the brothers too. We have all sinned against Yahweh equally in this, right? The chains, the bonnets, the ornaments of the leg, the headbands, the tablets, and the earrings, the rings and the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, meaning you had so much different clothes, you had different clothes every day of the year. And the mantles, the wimples, and the crisping pins, the glasses, and the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils. And it shall come to pass, instead of a sweet smell, there should be stink. So white folk make money off of you now with women's feminine deodorants and products and sprays and different things, and later cause cancer and all this other stuff to the women, but yet they making money off of you, right? Instead of a girdle, a rent. Instead of what you would usually do to keep yourselves in, whatever now, the tummy tuck clothes, all this other stuff. And instead of well-set hair, what do you say? Baldness. And the lesbian women, they pride themselves on having less hair than Brother Ron. I think I got more hair than you, so I'm going to have to use you as an example. But the lesbian women pride themselves on having less hair than Brother Ron, right? First man I met this week, I got more hair than he do. That's all right. Once I cut mine, we'll be equal, right? Anyway. Instead of a stomacher or girdler, a girdling of sackcloth, meaning the clothes you wear now and be like something so prickly. You ain't wearing all that beautiful stuff. I put a potato sack on you. You get it? Watch this. And burning instead of beauty. What's the burning? That's the tattoos. I'll burn this stuff into your skin like graffiti. Everybody know you don't go in no gas station bathroom, right? What happened in the gas station bathroom wall? Right, they write in the bathroom wall, right? Here I sit brokenhearted. Can't, anyway. Your men shall fall by the sword. You can't hardly talk about a household today where the men haven't been killed in the street, haven't been murdered, haven't been shut down in prison. This ain't just going off to war. This is street wars, right? Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty men in the war. And her gates, this is the household now, shall lament and mourn. I don't need no man. But at late night, in the dark, in the midnight hour, as Bobby Womack said, when the skeletons come all out of the closet. I'm sorry, I missed something. Oh, you hit the note? Sound a little off to me, but all right, I'll take that note. I'm just messing with you. Anyway, and her gates shall lament and mourn, and she, being empty, shall sit upon the ground. Let me tell y'all something. Last year, when the New York Times ran an article on how many black women the Trump administration purposely went at and took their jobs from them while pretending not to do so, I think the most painful aspect of reading the whole story for me was when it says, story continues on page A11, and you flip to the page A11 and A12, it was in there. Nothing hit home more than when you looked up and saw the women that were evicted from their homes, sitting on the lawn in front of all of their furniture, didn't even have a truck to pick it up. They just put it out because she missed the mortgage and everything, and they foreclosed, and they finally came and sat her out, and she was sitting in that grass. See, these types of things, the children of Israel have to be taught. It's coming, y'all. And if I have to say anything to you, I got to say it's going to grow worse because it's two things are happening simultaneously. Imagine the police standing here now telling me, freeze, do Michael Jackson. So which am I to do? Do I freeze or do I moonwalk across the floor? However he did it. But freeze, I did not say moonwalk now. And so I'm confused. This is what's happening to Yisrael because in the righteous sense, we're waking up and we're freezing to the sin. But simultaneously, we're over here dancing and jigging like ain't nothing to it. And the conditions are steadily growing worse. All the nations. The Hispanics got their little raggedy grudges against us. We ain't done nothing to the Hispanic people, but they got it. Then you got your dumbass Hebrew brothers out there, and the blacks and the Hispanics and the Native Americans are the lost tribes of Israel. Da 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 da. Ain't making it no better because you're giving permission for other nations to stand up and say that they are you. See, if you say a lie long enough, it becomes the truth. So the Hispanics wake up and start believing it till we say, well, let's chase you. Because first of all, Hispanic is not a race. It's an ethnicity, okay? You can have black Hispanics, yellow Hispanics, and some white Hispanics. So let's be clear. It ain't a race. Good point. Here's what we got to look at it. Ish means similarity to, but this is his, as in Hispanics, but they don't come from Hispanola. So that ain't where it come from. So when we start looking at them, we trace their origins and or point of origin back to Greek and Roman culture, who had came in and had procreated with Egyptian people, not necessarily with Hebrews. So we got to know that particular point about it, because prior to the Greek Empire, they did not exist. Which means if you're going to say they're the children of Yisrael, then who were their progenitors by which they were created? This is why I say Yisrael got to really pray to be led by the Spirit, because our brothers are teaching something where, in other words, just like on that chart, if you look at that chart right there, you'll see that purple section. If you notice, that's a group of people that popped up out of nowhere. See, everything else comes up green, pink, and blue. And you trace that all the way back to the beginning of time. But when you get to this mysterious group of people that just popped up in 1619 called African Americans, notice they have no real point of origin. It's like a creation, right? So the same thing happens to the Hispanics. So when black people are telling Hispanics that they are the children of Israel, it's a lie, because unless you trace their point of origin, it comes in Greeks, Romans, grabbing up Egyptians and mating, procreating. Prior to that, they didn't exist. Okay, Israel knows for a fact that prior to the Greek Empire was what empire? Bingo. And then prior to Persian was what? Okay, prior to Babylon, you were in your own land. So how can a Hispanic people be of the house of Yisrael when they didn't exist? Because they are just like the new Toyota hybrid. You get it? My neighbor got a hybrid. He cranked the thing of you and he know it's running. He was sitting in it doing something else. Then he just pulled off. I was like, I didn't hear him crank the motor. Because it's just quiet. He just drove off. Okay, that's interesting. It's quiet. Now, you can't do mine like that. Okay, everybody know it's running. It's the same thing with these people. Now they got a gripe and a grudge against you when, damn, you a ghost. Historically, you didn't exist past the Greek and Roman Empire. But now they out and the Hebrews got them marching in the street. They put them out there. It's one group of Hebrews. They put that little Hispanic man out front. He talking all the time. Another group, they put the white boy out there. I've even seen Hebrews complaining about him. Like, well, that's black people always doing stupid stuff. You can be for black without being against everybody else. We do it. You think white people come in here that we won't really greet them and treat them fine and proper while all at the same time being on P's and Q's? Okay, you think I wouldn't? Any white folks feel like you really need to come visit with us? All right, just get in touch with me. We'll let you come in and die about that. I mean, when I say about the front row, though, but get no apology on that. Put you where we can see you. But anyway, Yahweh's people have to know that the sins that have fallen upon us are so readily and easily identifiable upon one specific group of people. The sins that Yahweh sent Israel in captivity for are prevalent. They rest directly upon the forehead of Yahweh's chosen people. You can't deny it. Now, let's be real. All black people ain't Hebrews, so don't even go trying to think that. But if you look at other nationalities and even other ethnicities of black people, they, to a degree, hate you too. You think a lot of them brothers on the continent don't see you coming and look up, oh, go back, Go back to Africa. Go back to America, nigga. You be like, oh, man. Now, with all due respect, you blacker than me. I saw a video clip, man, where they was beating the Africans. And I'm like, damn, why you ain't got that energy for the white man down in South Africa? And they do whatever they want to do now. Elon Musk live here in America. Ain't Elon Musk from South Africa? So what is he? How does he identify himself? Because if he say African American, according to their rules, is he lying? Yeah, he is. Minority business owner. Biggest company in the world, or one of Tesla. Ain't that something? Minority owned. So again, Yahweh's people have to keep a prayerful heart in a sense of being able to call upon Yahweh, because now you're going to find that prayer is your greatest weapon. When your eyesight gets to failing you or whatever the case, you pray that Yahweh extend that and bless you with the courtesy of that. When that doctor diagnose you and tell you you got high blood pressure, heart failure, you got this, you got that, you pray that Yahweh extend that time for you as long as he see fit. Them glorified bodies that you are striving to get up in, it ain't going to be nobody when you get up in it and now it has heart problems, failed heart valves, and you got dementia, you got depression, you got all in that kingdom age. He said he's going to wipe that stuff away. Yahweh has all power. We think the white man got. Have you all noticed the white man selling pills for everything now? A gummy for everything in the world. A pill for everything in the world. Kidney failure? Take these pills. High blood pressure? Take these gummies. Stupid? Take this here for memory loss. Smoking weed? Can't stop? Here, chew this weedable pills. And just everything, right? Just got a pill. How he gets so smart that he can market everything to you. And Yahweh made everything for you right there to take care of you. You ain't want that. So we're going to have to acknowledge we brought all this down on ourselves, man. And it is hurtful. It is painful. It causes sorrow. It will make you cry. Let's get this verse in before I go. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we'll eat our own bread, wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. Now, Hebrew brothers think that means they got the right to have 7 wives. Really? Brothers, most of the time, tell the truth. That little grill you got in the backyard, you can't even put 7 burgers on that grill at the same time. Tell the truth. Am I lying? What the average grill hold? How many burgers can you put on the average grill? So if you put burgers on the grill, somebody got to wait. Why can't anybody eat at the same time? So how you going to have all of this now, all these wives do all this stuff where you scrambling and struggling at McDonald's? Now, you might get 7 burgers on McDonald's grill. I'm not sure, right? But all 7 of the wives show up at McDonald's. Everybody going to eat together at the same time. Can you give us 7 Big Macs? And yeah, I had to throw that in there, unless you want me to go to Burger King. Either or. Burger King, okay, Burger King it is. Their food flame broiled, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, all of them. Ain't none of them no good for Yahweh's people. I just want to say this in conclusion. Yisrael, whatever you do and or whatever happens in the not too distant future, you're going to have to treat this like a military operation. When an entire platoon gets taken out bit by bit and or piece by piece, the chain of command keeps falling down the line of time to the last man standing. There can be one man in the infantry that don't know a blessed thing, but if he the last man standing, do you realize he in charge? So it's the same thing with Yisrael. We have to stay the course, and we've all been given the battle rules. And it's going to get rough on us because they're legitimizing killing people. They're practicing genocide. They're legalizing genocide. And all of this stuff is really just a practice run against you. See, right now, Mom, they're killing your son. But when you get fed up with it and you start speaking out, they start killing you too. The men ain't figured the damn thing out yet. They haven't figured out how to pray and turn to Yahweh or go to Yahweh. But it's a way. We want to go get them all. When the little girls look up and realize, you're not prostituting us. You're not taking us. We're not going to receive any kidnappings. You ain't none of this stuff now. And start praying like we ought to pray. And Yahweh start fighting for us. As Minister read in that scripture, Yahweh going to start embarrassing these nations, taking their power and their authority from them. But it's us right now where we keep searching for the worst of the worst behaviors to highlight. Ain't nothing worse than seeing video clips of black women fight. I'm so tired of it now. And all you see the men doing is standing around filming. Brother, put that damn phone up and break them up. Stop that nonsense. The best way to break up a fight, you got to let two people know straight out the gate. This breaking up a fight is dangerous, but you got to do it straight out. Look, I'm coming in. Nobody better not swing. I'm in the middle of both of you, so you don't hit each other. Stop it. You don't break up a fight by holding one and letting the other be free to swing. You really do have to put yourself in the midst of it, which is why, as dangerous as it is, Yahweh said, blessed are the peacemakers. You get up, you put yourself in between two warring parties, man. You game for getting hit yourself. This society, what they do, man got up there and stepped in between the women trying to break them up, stop them. What the police do? Came up, locked the man up. The two women fighting had to stop and say, he didn't do nothing wrong. And damn near, I give them credit. They've given a fight to police. And I was watching a little video clip. I was thinking to myself, sisters, go and whoop them, because actually y'all started it. So if you're going to defend that, brother, yeah, go and whoop that police. Go and whoop them. But you know, if you whoop them, you got to whoop them bad. You got to get them unconscious where you can at least get away. You know, don't whoop them and then stand there. Yeah, I'll speak on that later. But right now, I'm just telling y'all, the times are coming when they start doing that door-to-door thing, as I read to you out of the book of the Maccabees, when they start making sure Yisrael did it, go back in Daniel 11. Pay attention to what Daniel said. Because Daniel said that at that time, those that practice wickedness within the covenant, he'll corrupt them by flattery. That's people that will sell you out. Man, you a good dude, man. You a good nigga. You need to be at the front of your people. Next thing you know, they'll pay him. Watch all the activists here in Baltimore, every one of the major organizations now. There's nothing on the front line for the people of Yahweh. Nothing. All the activists, all the organizations, all the talk show hosts, everything out there with the exception of Brother Dern, Brother Donald, and probably my program. Everybody out there getting money from government grants or different agencies to run their programs, to talk, and to do stuff for the people. And if you notice, that's why nothing's happening. And poor little Yisrael, we sat back and ain't said nothing. We get to notice an invitation to come out to a community meeting or something that Yisrael is doing now. And it hurt me to hear about it, because right here in the city, out there on the front line, don't nobody never bother me. None of them brothers and sisters. Maybe I'm too abrasive. I don't know what it is. And I'm at that point now I really can't much care. But I just do know this. We got to stop calling on each other only when we're doing things that will help us raise funds. That's wrong, man. You mean tell me I got an organization, I'm coming out, I'm going to do something now, and all of a sudden I ain't spoke to you in years, but now I'm going to contact you because I want you to come out and support me? Why can't I be on the front line all the time? Why can't the people know, well, let's go to this one and that one? We don't know nothing. Where's your skills bank? We have nobody that has a skills bank. A skills bank is where you got a list of names on a sheet of paper. Everybody got the same information. They know what your skill is. They know your trade. They know this. They know that. And if you have to stop doing what you're doing at your job to go assist this brother or sister, then you make sure you're well compensated enough where you ain't lost by going to hell. Not looking for a big paycheck, but where they pay you for your time. Doesn't the scripture teach you in the law? The workman is worthy of his hire. Then you do something for one another. That's how things like that are done. You balance it out, but nobody ever says anything to us, and then we just all get selfish. I'm going to make jewelry. I'm going to sell soap. I'm going to do. Everybody can't sell soap. Everybody can't sell jewelry. Think about it. Now, if 5 of y'all in here selling soap, 5 of y'all selling jewelry, and ain't nobody decide to plant a bean nowhere in the earth, okay, what are we going to do? Eat the soap? Wash up with the jewelry? How exactly does this work? So when we start learning what Yahweh will bless us to do in the earth, you'll learn how much you really don't need the Gentiles no way. Gentiles talk trash to you because they know you can't do nothing. People start talking about boycotting the Asian, the whole Asian community, skip them nails and skip this, skip that. That's great. But sister, can you do the nails? For the ones that really like to get their little nails done. Can you do this? Then the Koreans come out, we dare you boycott us. Your hip hop culture is made by us. We dare you. Your nails are made by us. Your hair is made by us. Now this is a slant eye talking trash to you. Really? Well, I go bald head before I glue your stuff on my head. Damn you and the hair. Right or wrong. Sister, tell your man. So, well, I tell you what, buddy, my head done fell out. I'm old and I'm fat, whatever the case may be. You better love me. Look at the brothers. Brothers sitting back like. That's the brothers, all the brothers looking at me. Now I know what y'all thinking, brothers. This is what y'all thinking, right? Yeah, I love her, all right. She's going to have to give me about 4 glasses of Ripple. Let us stand. Abba Yahweh, we thank you for our lives, our health, and our strength. We ask you in the mighty name of Yahshua to please, Father Yahweh, touch our hearts and our minds. Our heartache, our pain, and our sorrows are beginning to show up in ways that are far more than we can bear. We're asking that you protect our young children as they scatter throughout the face of this earth, as they go to stores, as they go to schools, as they patronize the enemy in various ways. Please place your loving arms around those that are sometimes so young and innocent that they've done no wrong. We ask you, Father Yahweh, that as we grow weary and tired of seeing our people being destroyed and cast down, please also touch our hearts and minds. Touch the minds of the children that you put it in their mind to begin to search out and seek your law as it is written in the book of Ezra. Help us to walk up before you in a manner that's clean, honorable, and acceptable in your sight. Draw the hearts and the minds of the fathers toward the children, that they may have a love toward your Torah and start to teach these things unto your people. Help the mothers to walk up in a manner that's clean, honorable, and acceptable in your sight, so that as they go forth and command the households in Yahshua's name and teach the babies, that they will fall in love with your Torah and begin to know and understand that it is the beauty of your Torah that leads unto the holiness and the gift of everlasting life. Now, Father, we pray that you be with the young and the old, the sickly, the infirm, those that have come to the last hours of their own lives. Remember them, Father Yahweh, as they've sought your face, even in the last days of their lives. Have mercy upon them and grant them their heart's desire, that if it's no more than just a simple salvation, to make it into thy kingdom, to be no more than just a doorman in the greatness of your house, then grant their heart's desires. But at the end of our days, Father Yahweh, please remember us. Forgive us of our sins, our faults, and our failures. Blot out all our iniquities and our transgressions, and clean us up and create in us a heart and a mind to serve and obey you till the day of Yahshua's coming. This blessing we ask, not only for all real and true Israel, but for those that do seek your face from other nationalities and nations. This we ask in Yahshua's Kodesh name we pray. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yisrael, happy Sabbath unto each and every one of you. And y'all lay off that Ripple now.